Just give me a thumbs up when we're ready, Andy. All right. We'll now go on the record. Good morning. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming. This is the time and place for the evidentiary hearings for EFSB 2302, TPU 2345, the A1B2 refurbishment Warwick to Sterling transmission replacement project. The petitioner is National Grid, and I may refer to National Grid as the company. My name is Connor Tarr. I am the presiding officer in this proceeding, and I am conducting today's evidentiary hearings. We are conducting these evidentiary hearings remotely using Zoom video conferencing. These hearings are being recorded and will be available for viewing on YouTube. Parties should be aware that the official transcript of the proceeding is being transcribed by the reporter appointed by the siting board for that purpose. The stenographer is also participating remotely. He will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are relying on the internet or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical difficulties, such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. I'd ask that anyone who is not speaking remain on mute until they are asked to speak. Therefore, it is also imperative that you speak slowly and clearly to allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and to pay attention to the video of the person speaking and my video. I will raise my hand as a signal on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. It is also helpful if you mute your audio when you are not speaking to reduce any background noise. We appreciate everyone's cooperation in participating in this hearing. As part of the virtual bench today are other members of the siting board staff. I'll ask that they raise their hand in their Zoom window when I identify them as follows. Andrew Green, Director of the Siting Board. Joan Foster Evans, General Counsel of the Siting Board. Wayne Wong, Assistant Director of the Siting Board. And Brian Wilmer, Nathaniel Strasberg, and Tim Riley, Siting Board Analysts. The company proposal is to replace an existing double circuit transmission line, tap lines, and structures with a new double circuit overhead transmission line, tap lines, and structures in an existing transmission corridor in Warwick, Royalston, Athol, Winchton, Gardner, Westminster, Fitchburg, Leominster, and Sterling, Massachusetts, referred to as the project. The project would be capable of operating at 115 kilovolts, although it would initially operate at 69 kilovolts, as does the existing line. Once the new lines and structures are installed, National Grid will remove the old lines and structures. Next, I ask that council identify themselves for the record and state the name of the party for which they are appearing at this time. Kathy.
Ms. Cuthen, you're muted.
Yeah, sorry about that. Catherine Cuthen and Cheryl Blaine from the law firm of Keegan Worland on behalf of National Grid. Also appearing with us is David Waterfall, and he can introduce himself.
Good morning, I'm David Waterfall, counsel for National Grid.
Thank you, counsel. Are there any procedural matters that we need to discuss before we begin?
There is.
There
is.
Go on, Attorney Cupid.
There's one matter. You gave us a preliminary schedule for the order of topics. We were wondering if possible, but it's not essential, if EMF could be moved sort of earlier in the day so that our EMF expert witness could be released. If that's not possible, if you could just sort of give us a sort of 15 minutes heads up so that he doesn't have to remain for on the Zoom for the entirety of the hearing.
Yeah, we can accommodate that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
That's the only.
Okay. I'll note that the company had previously provided a draft exhibit list that was dated September 9th, 2024. These exhibits are marked for identification purposes only. At the end of the hearings, I will entertain a motion to move the exhibits so marked into the evidentiary record of this matter, and will provide an opportunity for objections at that time. Are the company witnesses who will testify today present and ready to be sworn?
Yes, they are.
Ms. Cuthan, would you please identify your witnesses with their name and affiliation before they are sworn?
Yes, and if it's okay with the presiding officer, what I propose to do is to swear to have all of the witnesses do a little brief direct with each of the witnesses now so that we're not interrupting the testimony later.
We can do that. Please proceed.
Our first witness is Jessica Farrell. Ms. Farrell, could you please state your name?
Are we going to swear in the witnesses?
Oh, did you want me to just give you the names of all of them and then you can jointly swear them in?
That was the initial plan. I didn't know that you were going to go into further depth. So we'll just name and affiliation, and then we can go. You can do that as part of your initial presentation of the case.
Might I suggest that we swear the witnesses first? We identify them and swear them before they do their direct. The direct should be under oath. Thank you.
So I will, if it's okay, identify all the witnesses.
Yeah.
Jessica Farrell, Dean LaTulip, Jeremy Sherman, Joshua Holden, Bethany Rocha, Michael Terrell, Teresa Portante, Priyanka Shrestha, Jason Magoon, and Christopher Long.
And Attorney Cuthan, are these all National Grid staff members?
Christopher Long is not. He is with just slipped my mind, sorry.
He's with Gradient.
Yes, thank you. He's with Gradient Engineering, Gradient. And Ms. Portante and Ms. Shrestha are with BSC.
Can you say what is BSC, or they can explain?
BSC Group Inc., which is the company's environmental consultant in this proceeding.
Okay. And the remainder are National Grid staff?
That's correct.
Okay. I will now swear the witnesses. Please raise your right hand. Make sure that your camera is on and that I can see you, and that your right hand is on your screen. Always. Okay. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Please let the record indicate that the witnesses have been sworn. You can all put your hands up. Huh? Ms. Cuthan, would you like to conduct direct examination of your witnesses?
I would. I would like to start with Jessica Farrell. Ms. Farrell, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, I am Jessica Farrell. I am an engineer in National Grid's Transmission Line Engineering Group and with a business address of 55 Barefoot Road, Northborough, Mass.
And what is your position with National Grid?
I'm a consulting engineer in the Transmission Line Engineering Group.
And what has been your role on behalf of the A1B2 asset refurbishment project?
My role on the A1B2 asset refurbishment project has been to oversee the design and engineering associated with the overhead transmission lines and the civil design to support the project.
And were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these subjects prepared by you or under your supervision?
They were, yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
I do not.
And do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Our next witness is Dean Latulip. Mr. Latulip, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Dean Latulip, National Grid, 170 Data Drive, Waltham, Mass.
And what is your position with National Grid?
Consulting engineer in the transmission planning department.
I may have oh no, I'm sorry. And what has been your role on behalf of the A1B2 asset refurbishment project?
Supporting the project from a transmission planning perspective.
And were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these subjects prepared by you under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials?
No, I don't.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. The next witness is Jeremy Sherman. Mr. Sherman, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, I'm Jeremy Sherman. I work for National Grid. My address is 1101 Turnpike Street, North Andover, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with National Grid?
My position for National Grid is project manager.
And what has been your role on behalf of the A1B2 project?
Project management.
In your role as project manager, can you provide an update regarding the status of approvals for the A1B2 line in New Hampshire and Vermont, and when the company plans to start construction in those states?
Yes, all permits are in hand in New Hampshire and Vermont. The design is complete. Currently, we're in the construction vendor bid selection process with procurement, and we're looking to start the work in November.
Thank you. And were the responses to information requests that bear your name on the subjects that of project management prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials?
Yes. In the analysis, we stated that helicopter use was not anticipated, but we may be considering that based upon the work methods proposed by the construction vendors. We have now determined that we will consider helicopter use in construction.
Thank you. Do you adopt all the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Our next witness is Joshua Holden. Mr. Holden, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Joshua Holden, National Grid, 1101 Turnpike Street, North Andover, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with National Grid?
I am a lead construction planner with the transmission group.
And what has been your role on behalf of the A1B2 project?
I've been working with other project team members, developing the construction plan and resources required to build the project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these subjects prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to those materials to offer?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Our next witness is Bethany Rocha. Ms. Rocha, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yep, Bethany Rocha, 170 Data Drive, Waltham, Mass, and I'm affiliated with National Grid.
And what is your position with National Grid?
With National Grid, I am a lead specialist in the stakeholder management group.
And what has been your role on behalf of the A1B2 project?
I am leading the public outreach section.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on that subject prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The next witness is Michael Terrell. Mr. Terrell, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address?
Yes, Michael Terrell, work for National Grid. Business address is 170 Data Drive in Waltham, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with the company?
I'm the lead environmental scientist with the licensing and permitting group.
And what has been your role on behalf of the company in this project?
I'm responsible for the environmental permitting aspects of the project, ranging from field survey coordination to the acquisition of environmental permits.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on these those subjects prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Our next witness is Teresa Portante. Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Teresa Portante with BST Group. Address is 1 Mercantile Street, Suite 610, Worcester, Mass. 01608.
And what is your position with BSC?
I am a project manager and director of our Ecological Services Department.
And what has been your role on behalf of the A1B2 project?
I'm supporting as an environmental consultant the environmental permitting for the project.
And were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Our next witness is Priyanka Shrestha. Could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is Priyanka Shrestha. I'm employed by BSC Group, and my business address is 803 Summer Street, Boston, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with BSC Group?
I'm an environmental permitting specialist.
What has your role been on behalf of the A1B2 project?
My role has been to provide support in environmental permitting support for the preparation of the EFSB citing petition and NEPA permitting.
And I don't believe there were any information requests that bear your name. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Jason Magoon. Mr. Magoon, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Hello, yep, Jason Magoon, employee of National Grid. My address is 939 Southbridge Street, Worcester, Massachusetts.
And what's your position with National Grid?
I'm a senior supervisor for vegetation management and electric transmission.
What has your role been on behalf of this A1B2 project?
I'm assisting with preparing the amount of vegetation management on the project, including tree work and pruning and or mowing, and assisting our stakeholder relations group with working with landowners on wood disposal.
And were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to those materials?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. And lastly, Christopher Long. Mr. Long, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is Christopher Long. I work at Gradient, which is located at 1 Beacon Street in Boston.
And what is your role on behalf of, and what is your position at Gradient?
I'm a principal at Gradient, and among my responsibilities, I direct Gradient's electric and magnetic field or EMF practice area.
And what has role been in connection with the A1B2 project?
Gradient was hired by National Grid to perform an independent assessment of the electric and magnetic field levels associated with the proposed A1B2 asset refurbishment project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name on the subject of EMF prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
And do you have any changes to those materials?
I don't have any changes to the information request responses. I do have one correction to a typo that I identified in one of the appendices to Gradient's EMF report dated April 11th, 2023. Specifically on the top of page D5 in Appendix D, there's a reference to high magnetic field exposure levels of 1 to 2 microteslas or 10,000 to 20,000 milligauss. This should be 1 to 2 milliteslas rather than 1 to 2 microteslas. There's no change to the equivalent exposure level in milligauss, which is correct at 10,000 to 20,000 milligauss.
Thank you for that correction. With that change, do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
That concludes the direct examination of the company's witnesses. They are available for cross-examination.
Thank you, Attorney Cuthan. Pursuant to the hearing and witness schedule that I issued on June 7th, 2024, we will discuss any matters related to the project. We are currently scheduled for today, September the 10th, and September the 12th as needed. I'll turn the floor over to Mr. Wong.
Thanks, Connor. Thanks, Mr. Tar. So I had just a question to start off. Attorney Cuthan, you had said that your witness for EMF would prefer to have questions asked first. I'm wondering, Mr. Tar, if we could have Mr. Riley ask several of his EMF questions first before we get started on other questions.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tar and Mr. Wong. A couple of questions regarding magnetic fields. Could the increase in DER connections over time affect MF from transmission lines? In other words, over a long period, we realize there are hookups of DER. We realize there's probably increased current. Would that affect MF in the transmission lines?
I can start off, but I think this may be a better question for Jess Farrell. Certainly, if there are changes and increased currents, that is one factor that affects ground level magnetic fields. I can turn it over to Jess Farrell as to whether there may be such increased connection.
So the data that was provided as the basis of the electric and magnetic field report was based on the projected load at 69 kV and then a future operating condition at 115 kV. That's based on the line loading data that we had available. To the extent that there is additional current flowing on the lines, there would be an increase in magnetic fields, but at the edge of right-of-way, the existing levels are the existing proposed at 69 and proposed at 115 are very low. So we wouldn't envision a significant increase in those edge of right-of-way levels based on the interconnection of DER. And I would ask that if my colleague, Mr. Latulip, has any additional thoughts on potential increased load, feel free to chime in.
Yes, thank you. The projections of the flows on the lines out, I believe it was 10 years out, are our best projection going forward. So to the extent those are the EMF calculations, I think those are our best projections.
Okay.
And Mr. Riley, I'm just going to interrupt first for a second. I'd like to make sure that when the panel is responding to any questions, could they please identify themselves first before responding, especially if we're going to go between different panelists? Just identify yourself again with your first and last name. We don't need to go through the whole litany of it again, but just for clarity for later on as far as the transcript. Thank you. Please continue, Mr. Riley.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Tar. So to be clear, it sounds like we have two situations here. We have one where the MF that's in the gradient report and in the the various materials provided by the company has MF that is based on current loads, and then there's also projections of DER hookups in 10 years into the future, but those two are not married together. In other words, right now in the materials provided, there is not EMF, MF, what have you, projected currently with the projected increases in current load from DER or other hookups. Is that correct?
Dima Tulip National Grid, in the projections going, I believe, again, 10 years out, I don't know how much DER was projected in that estimate. We would have to look again at our projections and identify that.
Okay. Thanks, Dean. Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of, and it's not only DER. I guess what we're trying to understand is that we understand that there's an increasing load over the next, let's use a 10-year planning period. And we're just trying to understand, is there an estimate of what the MF would be from those the A1, B2 transmission lines given assumed increased load? So if it's, I'm just using an example number, 1 milligauss right now, and there's an increased load over 10 years, is it going to be 10 milligauss in 10 years? That's obviously an example, but just for illustrative purposes.
Yeah, the load projections 10 years out, I believe the MMF was calculated for those load projections. So
the MF in the reports contemplate and accommodate the load projections 10 years out. Is that correct, or would you like to check on that?
That is correct. The 10-year out load forecast and the projections that we provided include load growth.
Okay. Forecast. Okay. The other question I have, thank you, by the way. The other question is in terms of wait 1 second, sorry. In terms of the substations themselves, are there any estimates currently and with load projections of MF emanating from the substations? As we have people that live near there, we're just trying to understand what the MF is from the substations under current load and projected load.
This is Jessica Farrell. We did not ask that magnetic field models be developed for the substations as part of the asset condition refurbishment project because the scope of the project was specific to the transmission line assets.
Okay. Thanks, Mrs. Farrell. Could we make a record request for that information. I mean, these lines go into these substations. We realize it is not per se part of the A1B2 projects, but of course they do connect into the substations, and there will be an increase in load over time. As there is public concern over MF, that would be a useful thing to be able to tell the public. So we'd like to make a record request for that.
So you're looking for EMF projections, projected levels for each of the, I believe, 5 substations?
Yes. Both currently, as well as, over the 10-year period, say at 10 years, with the projected increase in load, which should include DER as well. And we're just trying to holistically understand. We realize there's quite a bit of load that's increasing his line, which is one of the reasons I believe you all want to do this. So we'd like to understand what are we looking at for load and correspondingly MF now and in 10 years.
So Mr. Long, could you give me an estimate of how long that would take to do that type of analysis?
Yes, this is Chris Long from Gradient. Conducting magnetic field modeling for 5 substations, it would be an extremely large amount of work. Assuming that this modeling would address all of the substation equipment, as well as the lines coming into and leaving the substations. I can say, based on a lot of prior experience where we've done substation magnetic field modeling assessments, the magnetic field levels at the fence line of a substation are generally driven by the magnetic field levels of the either overhead or underground transmission lines that leave, that enter and leave the substations, rather than the substation equipment inside the substation fence line. This is because substation equipment, the conductors are generally very close together. Magnetic fields drop off very rapidly with distance as you move away from bus bars, transformers, etc. So I would say that the modeling that we've done for the various overhead line cross sections, those magnetic field levels are going to be representative of levels outside the substations. Just to reiterate, magnetic field levels at substation fence lines are generally driven by the magnetic fields associated with the lines that enter and leave the substation.
Okay, understood. And just to be clear, we're not looking for MF levels from every piece of equipment at a substation. We are looking at the fence line and maybe a couple of points at the fence line if that's possible. Otherwise, we can decide if we want to make that record request or if we want just this currently written up.
So, Mr. Tar, I think do you want to take this off the record just to hammer this out?
Yeah, I think that would be best. We're gonna take first we'll take a 5-minute break to have a further discussion. We'll come back it is now 10:43. We'll come back on the record at 10:50 and discuss further and resolve the outstanding record request. So at this time we'll take a break. We'll go off the record, Alan, and we will come back on the record at 10:50.
Thank you.
So
I'm gonna have to mute everyone. Yeah.
All right. So yeah, everyone should mute themselves and turn off their video for the YouTube feed, and we'll have this discussion outside of
Cannot start your video because the host, oh, okay. Yeah, yep. This is fun.
We can hear you. All right. I just need my video to start working. Andy, I'm getting a response that says that my video is not working because the host stopped it.
Yeah, the same one, same issue.
All right, hang on a second. Let's see if we can do something about that. I've actually not had that experience before. So let's see. Oops. Did others have that same issue?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
I can't get on.
No video?
No video.
Me too.
It appears to be universal.
Okay.
I want to know how Kathy and Cheryl get to stay on. And the rest of us can't.
Try again.
Looks like video is up and working again. All right, so
No
at this time,
idea what happened or what unhappened.
So at this time, we will go back on the record in this matter. Mr. Riley, would you like to continue with your question? And we'll update the record request at the end.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. Yeah, thank you for giving us a few minutes to work this out. We looked at the petition appendix 5-5, tables 1.1 to 1.3. We may want to refer to that. Okay, and this gives a summary of modeled pre-project and post-project edge of road magnetic fields, as well as
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. This gives a summary of model pre-project.
oh yeah, and post-project edge of row magnetic fields. That's table 1.1, and then table 1.2 is similar, but with a representative peak loading scenario. And then table 1.3 is a similar table with field values across with a row cross section. So in other words, this is a series of modeled magnetic fields under current and with some peak load conditions. And I guess what we would like is to have a couple things, the confirmation that the modeling that has occurred is with DER hookups and peak load expected in 10 years. That would be a confirmation that those tables include peak loading 10 years down the pike.
This is Dean Matula. Yes, we can do that.
Okay. And the other thing is, we would be great to the discussion by Mr. Long from Gradient regarding the fact that MF values around substations are reflective of the input power coming in, electricity coming in, so that such that the MF fields created around the transmission lines would be similar to the MF fields at the fence line or somewhere around the substation. Can we get something like that? That would be a record request.
Yes,
or what we can say to that extent.
Yes, this is Chris Long from Gradient. I think what we can do is we can identify the cross sections and sets of results that are representative of lines entering and exiting substations along the project route.
Good. So if we can, get the verification that the loads in tables 1.1 through 1.3 of Appendix 5-5 of the petition are reflective of loads in 10 years, and some idea of what the MF is for cross sections for lines coming into and out of the substations, in terms of what we would expect. Again, currently as well as 10 years from now with the expected amounts of hookups. The last thing would be with this record request is, what are the assumptions made for the increase in loads over the next 10 years? What assumptions is the company making? Does this include DER? Does this include other increases in electricity in transmission? So just trying to understand what the assumptions were for the increase in load over the next 10 years. And that,
for clarity, Attorney Keuthen, this would be record request EFSB 1. We'll break it into A, B, and C based on the 3 sections that were provided by Mr. Riley. Is everyone clear on what sections A, B, and C for record request EFSB 1 would entail regarding magnetic fields and electromagnetic fields regarding the substations?
I believe I am. Do the witnesses have any questions?
No.
Okay, I think we're clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed, Mr. Riley.
Lastly, regarding the transmission lines, with the increase in load projected over the next 10 years, would we see any need to increase safety lateral distance from the lines? I mean, at this point, the row lines have MF values and MF levels at the northern and southern row lines. With the increase in load, do we see any significant increases in that over 10 years such that there are any safety concerns with exposure?
I'll defer to my colleague, Mr. Long, in terms of the state of the science related to health effects related to magnetic fields, but I would say that the values presented in the electric and magnetic field report are generally low with respect to edge of right-of-way magnetic fields, and reasonably one wouldn't anticipate an adverse impact.
This is Chris Long from Gradient. Just to add on to what Ms. Farrell said, I would agree. I mean, the magnetic field modeling that we've done modeling for post-project current loadings. Those edge of right-of-way magnetic field levels are consistently very low. They're well below the health-based exposure guideline of 2,000 milligauss from ICNIRP, the International Commission on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection.
Thank you. That's all my questions on magnetic fields. Thank you.
Can you mute yourself? Thank you, Mr. Riley. Does anyone else on my panel have questions on magnetic fields before I jump into some other questions?
Yeah, I have a quick follow-up question for Mr. Long. So since there isn't specific modeling around the 5 substations that you referred to, is there anything based on your general knowledge of the project and the effect of the proposed new lines or replacement lines, I should say, that would lead you to think that there would be any reason for a significant change in MF levels associated with the substations?
I can speak to the modeling that we've done. Several of the cross sections for which we've performed magnetic field modeling, those are representative of the lines entering and exiting substations along the project route. That modeling in general shows, at the highest, very modest small increases in magnetic field levels at the edge of the right of way. As I mentioned, in general, edge of right of way magnetic field levels are very low. They're well below health-based exposure guidelines. As a result, I would not expect there to be increased magnetic field levels along the substation fence line that would be of any health concern.
And would it be fair to say that whatever MF changes do happen at the substations with the project being built primarily relate to increase in current flow, or is there something inherent to the replacement lines themselves that could change the MF from the substations?
Yes, any changes in current flow are a factor that would influence whether there are any increased magnetic field levels along the fence line. There also, there are some changes in conductor arrangements, conductor phasing. There are a lot of factors that contribute to the magnetic field levels at ground level at the right-of-way edges. The modeling shows, for each representative cross-section that was modeled, very, very modest increases, if any increases, at the right-of-way edges as a result of the project, and all of these factors.
You mentioned the conductor phasing and arrangement as a possible factor in what MF levels might be measured or modeled. Can you talk to any particular design decisions or considerations made about conductor phasing as it relates to the substations that might speak to mitigation of those MF levels or any other, again, intuitive assessment that you can make?
I think Ms. Farrell might be, better suited to answer the mitigation question.
I will say, in terms of mitigation at substation locations, though we typically spread to a horizontal configuration, where within a fee-owned parcel by National Grid that is typically wider than the standard right-of-way width. So attenuating fields is accomplished that way, but with an existing line, it's challenging to optimize phasing to an existing substation without doing substantial modification to the substation. So basically we have to match the existing phasing in order to avoid substantial modifications at substations that would otherwise not be necessary.
Okay, I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Anyone else have any follow-up? Okay. So I'll start with a couple general questions, and we heard in the direct examination, sorry, that the company has modified its stance on helicopter use. I will have questions on that later, but I just wanted to hear from the company if you have any other design changes or modifications that have happened since the petition has been filed, any difference in modeling, for need and so on.
This is Jessica Farrell. I will say that from an engineering perspective, the design as presented in the petition and the information requests, remains consistent. So we haven't modified the design of the project. It's more with respect to construction technique and delivering the project that the helicopters would be involved.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Mr. Sherman, do you have anything to add?
No, I think Ms. Farrell said that, covered everything with her statement.
Thank you. Just one quick thing. Ms. Cuthan, I believe we are done with the EMF question. So I don't know if you wanted to dismiss your EMF witness.
Thank you very much. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I refer the company now? And I think it is Ms. Farrell and Mr. Sherman. You could answer these questions to the exhibit EFSB-G-1, please. And that is the table with the then June 28th updated statuses of all of the permits and permits required. I'll give you some time to get there, but I would like for you to walk me through any updates since June 28th. And obviously after this, please update that with your responses as well.
In regards to the permitting, I would request Mr. Terrell to provide updates on the permits as he is the environmental permitting lead.
Thank you. And I usually give this precursor, but when I direct my question, it's at the whole panel. So feel free, whoever has the answer, please chime in. I don't always know who is the person that would be the best person to answer. Thank you for pointing out the permitting expert.
This is Mike Terrell. Just to be sure, can you refer back to the table? I'm in the information request G-1, I think is the latest version that I have.
That's correct.
So since filing, I can walk you through this table. Is that the request?
Please do.
As far as updates with the U.S. Army Corps, I'll start from the top and work my way down. With respect to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, we continue coordinating with the Corps. Their permit issuance is dependent upon other permits being issued prior to. So there's been little activity with respect to the Corps beyond continuing just providing updates and additional coordination around the status of those other permits. Similarly, the US EPA NPDES will be filed 14 days prior to construction. There's been no activity there. That's a routine application that we prepare just prior to construction. With respect to the MEPA filing, we filed our final EIR in July, and we're expecting the Secretary's certificate later this week, if my calendar is accurate. We've since we filed the 401 individual water quality certificate.
I'm sorry. We filed the 401
water quality certificate in July. and that is undergoing review with DEP. Consultation with the Mass Historic Commission is continuing as well. There's little activity there since I think we are essentially relying on the Corps to complete, the Army Corps to complete their consultation prior to issuing the 404 permit. Mass DOT, again, we're reviewing and coordinating with the various districts and responding to, I think, information requests. District 3, I'll let others weigh in on that in a moment. That falls outside of my role of responsibility as far as the traffic management plans is concerned. With respect to DCR, we have been coordinating with DCR for quite some time and are preparing a construction and access permit for off right-of-way access improvements, and that will be filed later this fall. That DCR coordination is quite active and ongoing. With respect to the conservation commissions in each of the municipalities, we are expecting to file those again later this fall and early winter to begin the review of those notice of intent filings. The other local permit applications are also targeted later this year, and unless necessary, I won't go through those individually.
Thank you,
So, is that satisfactory? Sorry.
Yes, you had one permit where you'd asked that another colleague of yours update us on. Could you ask?
Yes, Teresa, can you help me with the Mass
Sure.
Highway?
Wait. Yes.
Teresa Portante. District 2, as indicated, they have issued the permit in District 2. District 3, we are currently undergoing review with them. So the company will be following up to continue consultations with Mass DOT in District 3.
Thank you, Mr. Tyrell and Ms. Portante. Mr. Tar, I believe you had a follow-up.
I do. At this time, the EFSB would request a record request EFSB 2 regarding the FEIR, dependent on when it is filed. So upon filing, would that be submitted as record request or record request EFSB 2?
And Mr. Tar, I would like to correct, it's this FEIR certificate that would be filed.
Thank you, Mr. Wong, for the assist.
Thank you. Okay. 1 second. And please let me know. I probably should know this better, but do you get to see the comments filed on your FEIR before the certificate, or does MEPA get all those comments?
We are provided comments prior to. We received a couple of comments from the MEPA office to date, but they do generally provide them to us when they can prior to that certificate being issued.
Okay. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, the comment deadline was last Friday. Is that correct? For the FEIR?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Could you, since we're not likely to have a hearing when the certificate is filed, if you could give us a little preview, if you have, off the top of your head, an idea of what those comments had said?
I'm going to ask Teresa Portante to provide some input since she's had the direct contact.
Teresa Portante. We have received comments from the Leominster DPW regarding a few of their resources within the right-of-way. The company has been coordinating with the DPW since receiving those comments. We also received a comment letter from Natural Heritage indicating that they will be making a determination of a take for the project. In addition, there was a general comment from a, let me see if give me one moment so that I can correctly address the entity.
Take your time. Thank you.
The Water Resources Commission also provided comment, generally addressing flood requirements.
Thank you. I will have some questions later on based off of the DEIR certificate, but I think I'm okay with what you described right now for the forthcoming FEIR certificate. Do any of my fellow panel have questions, general questions, before we get into need questions?
Yeah, a quick follow-up. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
I'm sorry, Eddie. May I just follow up regarding the natural heritage determination of a take? Could you identify what they are determining that this in that take letter?
Teresa Portante, yes, they have determined a take of wood, turtle and plant habitat in which we will be obtaining a conservation management permit to avoid an adverse effect on the species.
And could you follow up a little bit more what the company's response is to this determination of take of those two elements?
We have been coordinating with Natural Heritage throughout the duration of the development of the project. There have been several measures implemented to minimize impacts. Through our coordination with Heritage, this is the mechanism to ensure that there will not be a long-term adverse effect. At this time, we have coordinated with them on mitigation measures for the plant species, and we are continuing to coordinate with them on the specific mitigations for the turtle species. Those have yet to be determined, and we'll continue that coordination with Heritage.
Thank you. Could you identify what the mitigation is regarding the plant species that you have worked out with Natural Heritage?
What we have proposed to do is translocate seed stock in areas that will be impacted. And that seed stock will be translocated to another nearby location within the right-of-way that does not have any impacts proposed.
Thank you. Thank you. That's enough.
Mr. Green?
That took care of my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for my understanding of this process a little more, had the company known ahead of time that this was possible, or how does that process come about with NHESP?
This is Mike Terrell, and I will defer to Teresa if she wants to add further after my comment. This has been an ongoing discussion. We knew this was a possibility, and it's a routine, from our perspective, avenue to take with a conservation management plan. We are doing that on other projects, and it's a stopgap, as Teresa had mentioned, to ensure the mitigation measures are implemented to avoid an adverse effect. And that, while we obviously would like to have avoided the need for another permit, it's not one we weren't prepared to work through. And the close coordination that the BSC group and the company have had with Natural Heritage has gone quite far in developing some of the measures that Ms. Portante had already mentioned on the record here. And we'll continue to do that. It doesn't change the overall course of our permitting timeline.
Thank you. And when you update the table in EFSB-G-1, just for completeness, could you add the NHESP?
I'm sorry, could you add the what?
The NHESP, I wouldn't call it's not a permit per se, right? Like the determination to that.
Yes, and again, Mike Tyrell, we will add that current status of the coordination with the Natural Heritage Program to the table, along with the timeline for the conservation management permit application process.
Thank you, Mr. Tyrell.
I do have one quick follow-up, Mr. Wong.
Go ahead.
My question to both of you would be whether the impacts to habitat that Natural Heritage Endangered Species is concerned about occur during construction exclusively, or is it both construction and operational phases of the project?
Teresa?
Primarily during this is Teresa Portante, primarily during construction activities.
And would there be any ongoing responsibilities that the company would have based on the Natural Heritage determination during the operational phase of the project?
That has not been determined.
Is it under discussion?
Potentially.
This is Mike Tyrell. Oops, sorry, Teresa. This is Mike Tyrell. So just to be clear, I think we're pretty confident there'll be long-term monitoring involved in both the habitat improvements and the transplantation that Teresa talked about earlier. So there will be long-term plans, and the company has an operation and maintenance plan with BMPs already established with Natural Heritage, and we expect those to be in effect as well. Sorry to interrupt.
Did you say that you already have those plans in place, or they are in development?
The company has a generic operations and maintenance plan in effect with Natural Heritage for routine maintenance operations.
I'm not sure if we have that in the record or not. Could you let me know if we do?
I don't believe you do. No, that's an agreement between the company and the Natural Heritage Program for routine vegetation maintenance, not for project execution, if you will. That's why it's not in the current record, to my knowledge, unless someone wants to correct my statement.
And that only pertains to vegetation management, or is it broader than that?
It's broader than that, but it's more for smaller projects, distribution-related projects, and vegetation maintenance as well.
But it would pertain to this particular project.
Well, the BMPs are somewhat akin to what we might be considering, and Natural Heritage might be adding to the CMP for this project. Monitoring is number one involved in that.
I think for completeness of the record, it would be helpful to make a record request for the BMPs for the topics that Mr. Tyrell just referred to with Natural Heritage and endangered species.
This will be record request EFSB 3 for the BMPs and all the other subjects listed by Mr. Green.
Is that Is that clear, Mr. Terrell?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Just to clarify, I understood that record request, but there was a reference a bit ago about updating. It sounded like a request to update the response to G1.
So
Was that
Attorney Keith and I was actually going to jump in there. There is an anticipated plan. So there will be an additional record request for EFSB 4 to table updates to the initial EFSB G1 table regarding permitting that was discussed by Mr. Wong. So that'll be record request EFSB 4 for the permitting updates. And then I would also ask that be supplemented if any significant updates happen afterwards as well. After the initial deadline for filing the record request happens. Mr. Green, do you have any additional questions?
No, not at this time.
Turn it back over to Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Mr. Wilmer actually had a follow-up on this as well. So, Mr. Wilmer?
Thank you, Mr. Wong. I had a question regarding the comments received on the DEIR. It appears that Mass Audubon and the Division of Fish and Wildlife raised some concerns about tree pruning or clearing happening during breeding seasons for rare or endangered species. Has the company taken this into account?
Teresa Portante. We do have rare birds along the line, and in coordination with Heritage, we will minimize impacts by conducting tree removals during a time of year restriction to avoid impacts to their nesting season.
Thank you. That was the only follow-up I had on this topic.
Thank you. And Ms. Portante, to confirm, was this described in the FEIR application?
Let me check if that was specified in the FEIR.
Thank you. Mr. Tart, while we're waiting, I wanted to check, and this question's also to Mr. Brock. I think we'll be proceeding to need after this. I wanted to see if this was the time for the pre-planned break, or since we had a 5-minute break before, that's not needed.
I was going to check with Mr. Brock if he wanted to continue on until we try and get to a logical lunch break after the need and alternative section, or if a break sooner would be better. So
A break sooner would be better.
okay. So after we conclude this portion of questioning, we'll take a break at that point, and then we'll proceed on. So we'll finish this up, and then we'll proceed to a break.
Ms. Portante?
Yes, Teresa Portante. It is noted within the FEIR that to avoid a take of the bird species, that the implementation of a toy restriction will be conducted.
I'm sorry, toy restriction?
Yes.
TOY time of year. Okay. Does anyone else have questions that stem from those general questions I had before?
Just for clarity of the record, is there a particular species that you were referring to, Ms. Portante? Regarding the bird impact?
That information is not disclosed publicly on the specific species.
Based on Natural Heritage Endangered Species Protocol?
Correct.
Okay. We'll just call it a bird then.
That is consistent with the FEIR, yes.
All right, that appears to conclude our questioning before we get into the meat of it, need and alternatives. We're going to take a 15-minute break now. It is 11:31. We'll come back at 11:46 to proceed forward with additional questioning. Thank you very much, and we'll return back in 15 minutes. Okay, the time is 10:46. We'll go back on the record at this point. Turn it back over to Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. So these next questions are directed at the need witnesses. You want to get on screen so we can ask questions? Thank you. Okay, so the first question I have is just a general question to get the ball rolling. Could one of the witnesses give an overview of the need for this project, so we can start talking about the topic?
Hi, this is Jessica Farrell. So in terms of the overall need for the project, the A1 and B2 lines have been in service since the early 1900s and are a pair of our worst performing circuits. So we conducted a detailed asset condition investigation, a review of the geometry of the existing towers, and also compared that to the existing and forecasted load for both circuits, and determined that essentially the existing towers and the way that they're configured, they're susceptible to lightning strikes, performance issues from that regard. The way that the towers are configured also makes them prone to essentially outages related to avian interaction. And then those are issues that we have been working to address essentially since the circuits were energized. We also reviewed the existing capacity of the conductor, compared that to what was going to be necessary for both the short and long-term operation of the lines and the distribution load served from them. And that is how the project was scoped.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Just so I understand, would you characterize the need for this project mainly as coming about from the asset refurbishment study, or would you also characterize it? Is it mainly that, or would you call it also something that's based off of your reliability standards and also state and regional standards?
It's definitely a combination of both. So, we do have identified asset condition issues that we are addressing as part of the project, and there are well-defined reliability concerns that we've outlined as well, and kind of working to meld the scope of the project so that it addresses both of those items as efficiently as practical was the design objective.
Thank you. And we might have asked this already, but just so we have it today, does ISO New England's studies for the area or future studies, are they going to assume that this project's been constructed?
Dean Latul, yes, they will. Future studies will include this project in their simulation modeling.
Thank you, Mr. Latulip. Okay, so I have one more question that's sort of related to what we talked about this morning in terms of the peak load forecasting.
I'm sorry, your sound was changed to the what forecasting?
The peak load forecasting.
Okay.
Yep. So I think this morning my colleague, Mr. Riley, was asking about whether the company's peak load forecasts included future distribution level DER connections. Does that sound familiar?
Dean Latulip, yes, it does.
Thank you. So I just wanted to confirm, and maybe if you have a good reference for it in the petition or in responses, wanted to confirm where these types of forecasts would be included in your peak load forecasting. Would it be in the trend, year-on-year trend, or where would that have been accounted for?
Well, in our response to EFSB N18, we discussed the load forecasting 10-year out. The load forecasting we provide to ISO New England, and ISO New England adjusts it from there. But in terms of the DER forecasting, ISO New England develops those forecasts themselves. And in the response to N18, I provided links that discusses the assumptions that ISO makes to come up with those DER projections.
Thank you. I appreciate that. When these DERs request to interconnect, do both you and ISO get the requests concurrently, or is it siphoned through ISO interconnection requests and then to you?
Dean Latulip, National Grid gets the requests for DER interconnections. ISO New England does not get those, but we will convey those interconnection requests to ISO and coordinate studies as needed.
Thank you. And I think this is implied, but just to get this on the record, are you in agreement with what ISO New England has assumed and projected for such DERs based off of your accounting of these requests?
I can't comment on the accuracy of ISO New England's load projections and DER projections, but from our perspective, National Grid, they seem reasonable to us. That's what we go by.
Thank you. Okay, I might have some follow-up, but I'll pass the time to Mr. Wilmer for right now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lapuli.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. I'd like to start with something a little more high level, which will lead into later questions. To start, could the company please give a high level explanation of how voltage issues occur on transmission lines? What are some of the parameters? You can get specific with this project if you like.
Dean Latulip, voltage issues can develop if there is a large amount of power flowing on a line and there is a large voltage drop along the line that can result in low voltages. High voltages can result if there are lightly loaded lines and significant capacitors in service on the system, and under certain contingencies that can result in high voltages, or doesn't actually have to be a contingency. It could be all lines in. Those are the sorts of issues that can cause voltage problems.
Thank you, Mr. Latulip. Could you provide perhaps paint a detailed picture of just like an example for maybe a large voltage drop, as you mentioned, and a high voltage, maybe does it snap back or is it a different situation?
Yes, this is something that could occur if there is a large load supplied by a radial line. Well, let me step back. It could be a large load served by a network transmission line. And if you lose one end of that transmission line, then that entire load has to be served from one end of the transmission line. And the load could be so high and the line so long that you have a very large voltage drop. And at the load location, there could be a a low voltage violation.
Understood. Thank you. And to get into a little bit more detail, I noticed in EFSB, exhibit EFSB-PA-8, in the company's response, it mentioned that if there was to be an increase to operating the A1B2 lines at 115 kilovolts, that it would be beneficial for voltage regulation as it would increase the short circuit current at Huntington substation, which leads to my question, which is if you could please explain the relationship between short circuit currents and voltage regulation.
The higher the short circuit current, the stronger the bus, which means more and more current you can draw from that bus, and the voltage doesn't change at that bus. So Huntington, for instance, that station, if it's connected to Vernon 115 Vermont, then Huntington would become a much stronger station. So therefore, the regulation, voltage regulation at that station would be better, because the voltage wouldn't change very much if a large amount of current was supplied from that station. That's really what voltage regulation means. If there's a lot or a little current drawn from it, the voltage at that station doesn't change. That's a very well regulated, voltage regulated bus.
Thank you again, Mr. Latulip. Would the length of the line play a role in that voltage regulation? You mentioned the voltage doesn't change with a large current. Is that irrespective of the length of that line? I believe the Vernon station and the Huntington substation would not be as far apart as perhaps some of the other stations along the A1B2 line. Is that correct?
Well, generally speaking, the longer a line is, the poorer the voltage regulation is, because a long line has a lot of impedance in it. So it's going to be a bigger voltage drop. So not as good voltage regulation. In the example of Huntington, there are 3 lines connected to it now. Well, will be once Huntington is rebuilt. The D4, the A1, B2, those are the 3 lines. So there are several lines connected to it, not just one. And so generally speaking, the more lines you connect to a station, the better the voltage regulation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Latulip. Just a general question. Is it possible for voltage issues to reoccur on the A1, B2 line post the project? And what conditions could lead to that in the future?
Excuse me, you said post-project, whether or not voltage problems could develop?
Correct. And if there is an example of a situation?
It's possible as the load gets bigger and bigger and bigger, or an excessive amount of DER interconnects. It's possible that voltage problems could develop, and that may necessitate the need to operate the lines at 115, make the full conversion to 115 kV at that point.
Thank you. Is the The upgrade to 115 kV, a solution to the voltage concerns due to the networking of the system, or in itself it could you please describe how the line operating at 115 would potentially solve future voltage issues?
Yes, at 115, the impedance of the lines on an MVA basis is going to be significantly lower compared to 69 kV. So there will be less impedance, better voltage regulation. That's how it works. The lower the impedance of the system, the less the voltage changes with load changes. And it would likely increase the short circuit current at the stations. So yes, the voltage regulation would improve dramatically with a 115 kV conversion.
Great, thank you, Mr. Lutulip. On the topic of the voltage regulation, in the interim, while the line is operating at, well, let me take a step back. Actually, could you please explain how technologies such as like a line tuner or a dynamic reactive?
I'm sorry, could you please explain how technology, what?
I apologize. How technologies such as line tuners and dynamic reactive compensation devices help address voltage concerns?
I am not familiar with line tuners, but I am familiar with dynamic reactive compensation. With dynamic reactive compensation, that can change the bar reactive power injection into the lines very quickly, within milliseconds. So with that kind of control, the voltage along the line could be controlled very quickly and very precisely.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lutulip. In the interim period of the company operating at 69 kilovolts before the need is established for 115 kilovolts, could you sorry, this leads to my next question. Are the A1, B2 lines as designed able to accommodate additional equipment such as the dynamic reactive compensation device in its current design?
Excuse me, the question was whether or not the 69 kV lines as designed can accommodate dynamic reactive compensation devices. Was that the question?
Correct, that's how I posed it.
Yeah, certainly they can accommodate interconnection of dynamic reactive devices anywhere along the lines.
Great, thank you. Would those devices also be able to operate after the upgrade has taken place, or would a different device have to be installed?
No, they could. They could operate well after the upgrades are completed.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Lutulip. Now I'm going to change the topic to direction of flow. And similarly, I'd like to open with a more general question. If the company could please explain the conditions that lead to a predominant direction of flow on a transmission line?
Yes, direction of flow typically is caused by a large amount of generation running on one side of the line and a lack of generation running on the other side of the line, which that would result in power flows across the line from the side that had a lot of generation running to the side that didn't have a lot of generation running.
And a follow-up question would be, is there any advantage or disadvantage to such a predominant direction of flow?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Just for knowledge sake, does the company foresee a predominant direction of flow on either the A1 or B2 lines now or in the future?
No, it does not.
Okay. Thank you. That concludes the questions on direction of flow. If the company could please refer to EFSB-N-13. And let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I have that here.
So here we have a table of the DER proposals by substation as of August 1st, 2024. And I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly. I'm seeing an approved column and a pending column. Of the approved column, roughly what percentage is already connected and what amount is in construction?
This table was actually prepared by another department at National Grid, and I would have to confirm that department. What
we could take it as a record request if you prefer.
Yes, that'd be better.
Oh,
this will be documented as record request EFSB 5 to update the table for interconnected versus in construction on EFSB N13.
Thank you, Mr. Tarr. And Mr. Latulip or anyone from National Grid, am I reading it correctly that this table encompasses all DER cluster groups? That's to say 1, 2, and 3.
That is my understanding, but again, I would have to confirm that.
Okay. We can leave that as is. I'd like to move to EFSB N-14.
I have that here.
Great. Here the company states that all Group 1 DER connecting to the A1, B2 lines have been interconnected except a 2.5 megawatt project at Royalston substation. I was wondering if the company knew what the reason was for the remainder of 2.5 megawatts at the Royalston substation.
No, we don't know why the developer hasn't connected yet.
So to be clear, this isn't due to any needed upgrades at the Royalston substation?
That's correct.
Okay. And potentially, this could be a discrepancy between the earlier mentioned table and 13. There's 0 in the pending column for connecting megawatts of DER, and here in N14 it's stating that there's a 2.5 megawatt exception. Could you please speak on that a little bit to the best of your knowledge?
Again, this is something that we would need to confirm with our CEI department.
Okay, perhaps the earlier record request will shed some light on the updated table.
Yes.
That concludes all my questions for the need category. I don't know if anyone else on the panel has any further questions.
I have a quick follow-up question or two.
Please proceed.
Mr. Wilmer. Mr. LaTulip, I think you had mentioned in your opening sort of synopsis of what the need perspective is that you alluded to lightning strikes and birds as factors that have compromised reliability of the A1, B2 line in recent years. Is that accurate?
I think that question is best addressed to my colleague, Ms. Farrell.
Yes, those were two contributing factors to the reliability issues we've been seeing on the A1 and B2 lines.
And have those factors been increasing in severity over recent years, or has it been kind of a steady state over, let's say, the past decade or two?
I would say that it's with both circuits being on the worst performing list, the reliability has continued to trend in a poor direction. The frequency of occurrence has taken a slight uptick given the severity of recent storm events we've been seeing. And there are kind of a slight increase in unknown momentary outages, which are typically attributed to avian interaction. So,
juxtaposing Ms. Portante's reference to bird concerns of natural heritage endangered species, the question comes to mind whether any of the bird interactions that have affected reliability would be listed species or birds of particular concern from the heritage program standpoint.
Teresa Portante?
No, they are not.
So are the bird interactions, which sounds like a bit of a euphemism, electrocutions of the birds when they hit the lines, or are we talking about their effect on the structural integrity?
This is Jessica Farrell. It is more so an accumulation of nesting debris, fecal contaminants, that type of interaction that we're seeing these type of momentary events as a result of. So essentially when the birds are nesting on the bridge of the tower, which is the horizontal piece that supports the insulators, when they take off in flight, they tend to eject fecal matter to basically make it lighter for themselves. And that can create either a buildup of that matter or a momentary flashover of a lightning of the circuit. Basically, the fecal matter produces a path to ground, which then burns off almost instantaneously, and that creates a momentary outage. So that's the type of avian interaction we're seeing most.
That's quite graphic.
Sorry.
Are we talking about like actual arcing that happens when birds are either landing or flying off of the structures?
Yeah, it can be a path to ground or a path between phases.
Are there any other means of dealing with that in terms of providing, sort of safer nesting habitat on the structures or off of the structures?
Ideally, the nesting habitat would not be on the structure itself. And over the life of the A1 and B2 lines, National Grid has attempted to utilize a number of different, or deploy a number of different actions to try to mitigate this issue. There have been projects to re-insulate the lines at higher voltage classes. So there's a project to re-insulate the line at 88 kV, and there's currently 115 kV post insulators out there, which basically provide
I'm
a
sorry,
longer.
I'm sorry, there's currently 115 what?
kV.
Yeah, 115 kV what?
Post insulators.
Thank you.
Yep. So there's currently 115 kV post insulators in service on both the A1 and B2 lines on the lattice tower structures. What that does is that it increases the length necessary to flash over. We've also installed protective covers over the conductor attachment point at the insulator to try to mitigate that the avian interaction issue. And there are HDPE spikes basically mounted to the bridge of the tower, which are to discourage birds from nesting in that area.
Am I correct, though, that some utilities do actually build tower structures with the intention of providing nesting or habitat areas for certain types of birds?
I have seen other utilities do that. We have also installed on other circuits platforms adjacent to a circuit that would allow for birds to nest.
So I guess maybe the latter idea of providing an alternative platform rather than the structure itself, is that something that would mitigate, again, this concern about the bird interactions?
I do not believe that it would mitigate it to a point where the reliability would be enhanced substantially.
Mm-hmm. Now, the project also includes some replacement of wooden structures. I think that's probably more on the tap lines than the main line, although I could be wrong. But is there any indication of damage to the structures from woodpeckers or other bird type activity?
Yep. So with respect to the tap lines, they are both the Athol taps and the Crystal Lake taps are wood pole structures, and we have found over the years a number of issues related to woodpecker damage. So the conversion of those structures from wood to steel would address that issue.
Turning from birds to other topics, and this may be a question for Mr. LaTulip, but I'm not sure. Since this line terminates in Vernon, Vermont, I'm wondering whether the retirement of the former Vermont Yankee station that was located in Vernon had any bearing on the need for this project.
Absolutely not. Nothing to do with it at all. The two stations are not connected electrically. Velco's Vernon station and our Vernon station are separate, so no interaction at all.
Okay, thank you. Back to the team.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I'll now be moving on to the section of project alternatives. If the company could please refer to EFSB-PA-8.
Yes, I have it here.
This is more in reference to that information, of course. Thank you. The company here describes that there would be a benefit to operating at 115 kV due to the existing lines A127 and B128, which also operate at 115, if I'm not mistaken, and that would provide additional transfer capability That's the context of the question. Does the company have any parallel 69 kV transmission corridors that have power transfer capabilities in the area?
Yes, we do. They are called E5 and F6, 69 kV lines. They go from Deerfield 4 station in Massachusetts to Millbury station, and they are effectively in parallel with the A1B2 lines. Their power transfer capability, however, is very limited, like the A1B2 lines today.
Are there any future plans to upgrade E5 and E6 at the moment?
There is an asset condition project that will rebuild those lines at 115 kV. Spacing, insulation capability to make it ready to convert to 115 kV in the future as needed, like we're proposing for the A1B2 lines.
Is it fair to assume they would operate at 69 kV prior to operating at 115?
That's correct.
Okay. In which case, that would be an additional benefit in the meantime for the A1B2 operating at 69 kV to have that transfer capability.
I don't want to say that. I don't think that it would help A1B2 in terms of transfer capability. The E5F6 would have some additional transfer capability after being rebuilt, and together with the A1B2 at 69 kV, together those corridors would provide somewhat more power transfer capability, but nowhere near what they would be able to transfer at 115 kV.
Do you have hesitations of the overlap in time between the upgrades of the E5 and E6 and the upgrade of A1B2 to 115 kV?
I don't have those numbers. I know that the E5F6 is scheduled to be rebuilt after the A1B2, but I don't know the exact time frame on that.
Thank you, Mr. Rutu. Is it fair to state that the benefits in terms of transfer capabilities would primarily happen once all systems are at 115 kV?
Yes, I think that's a fair statement.
Okay. My next question, if the company could please refer to EFSB BA-9.
This is Jess Farrell. I'm there.
Thank you. This is in reference to the 13 existing structures, the asterisks at the bottom of the company's response. Can the company please confirm those 13 structures that are not being rebuilt? Are they to remain as they exist today, or what modifications, if any, will occur there?
So the 13 structures not presently incorporated in the scope of work for the A1B2 rebuild project are planned for replacement. These structures are generally switch structures adjacent to the Westminster and East Westminster taps, and the asset condition related to them is kind of in a state that requires advanced replacement. So we are addressing those 13 structures in advance of the asset condition refurbishment project due to the criticality.
So it's not that they're not being changed, it's that they are effectively ahead of the schedule for the A1B2 project.
Yes.
I hear that correctly. And forgive me, I do not have this reference, but I believe the company has mentioned that the Athol taps number 2 are made to match the existing tap number 1. Could you please speak on how these 13 structures play into that, if they play into that at all?
The 13 structures referenced in PA9 are not related to the Athol taps.
Great, thank you. My final question on the project alternative section is if the company were to take the reconductoring and repair alternative route, how many, if any, current safety codes and design guidelines as listed in EFSB 10-9 would that alternative meet?
So with respect to the reconductor and refurbish option, the new conductor would be installed with the appropriate conductor clearance for a 69 kV line based on the current National Electric Safety Code and 220 CMR 125. The structural capacity of the towers would be designed such that it meets the current loading criteria defined by both of those codes and National Grid's internal standards. This would mean essentially a number of the lattice tower elements would require replacement, reinforcement, either replacing the existing tower steel, replacing the bolts, or a combination of both. Where those members could not be replaced in a manner that was efficient, that structure itself would be replaced and replaced in a configuration to meet the adjacent structure. So essentially where you have a horizontal configuration now, we would keep the phases in a consistent position so that we were not overstressing adjacent structures that we were trying to keep as part of the reconductoring effort. We would not be able to address the shielding angle issue. This is due to the current lightning masts being at, so those are the center elements in the tower that support the shield wire. They basically are at a point where they've been optimized to be as high above the existing energized conductor as practical without overstressing the tower to a point where it needs to be completely replaced. So we would not be able to address that aspect of the reliability issues as part of the rebuild and reconductor options. But in terms of code conformance, we would comply in all areas.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Those are all the questions I had on project alternatives. I don't know if anyone else on the panel has any questions.
I have some follow-up, Mr. Walmer. First, I'd like to confirm, are the proposed project for the ENF line, is that still in development or has that already been filed as a current active EFSB case?
Can somebody on the panel speak to the timing? I don't have knowledge of that.
If I may, I'm not testifying, but it has not been filed.
Thank you, Attorney Tukin. Next, I'd like to refer to page 34 of Exhibit NG2, which was the supplemental attachment to the initial petition. The company had indicated that the replacement cable to be used would be 795 ACSS Drake conductor. I wanted to ask, is this the industry standard for replacement? Are there any larger cables or any alternatives considered as far as what conductors to be used in this project?
This is Jessica Farrell. So in terms of the size of the conductor proposed for the project, the use of 795 ACSS conductor is consistent with our 115 kV design standards. It is not necessarily the largest wire that we use at 115 kV, but a larger conductor size is typically driven by a defined planning need, a defined capacity need, and absent that, we utilized our standard conductor type for the project.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. I'm going to now refer to EFSB PA4. The company indicates that the optical ground wire lays the foundation for...
I'm sorry, the company indicates the what?
The company indicates that optical ground wire lays the foundation for future implementation of grid enhancement technologies along the A1-B2 transmission corridor. The company further refers to its future grid plan filing in DPU 2411, which is then sent as a link as part of a response to EFSB PA 10. First, I'll ask the company to file the document instead of the link to ensure that this becomes part of the record. This will become record request EFSB 6. There was a link, only a link, hyperlink provided. I'd ask that that be filed as part of the record. Next, I would request that the company identify what specific grid enhancement technologies are planned for the A1-B2 corridor based on the current upgrades proposed as part of this project.
Excuse me, is that a question? Whether or not there's grid enhancement technologies being installed with the project?
So the question is indicating that the company states that the optical ground wire lays foundation for enhancement technologies, but does not identify any technologies proposed. So I'm asking, what technologies does the optical ground wire lay the foundation for? A blanket statement. I'm looking for some more specifics for what enhancement technologies the company is planning based on the use of the upgrade. There's some indication in the response to EFSB PA10 in the proposed order for DPU 2411. However, I'm looking for specifics regarding this project and not the collective corridor itself. So what enhancements is this project proposing as a result of the upgrades?
To the best of my knowledge, there are no grid enhancement technologies being installed as part of the project. The scope is specifically to install the fiber optic ground wire to lay the foundation for that opportunity to be developed further out. This is the scope of the ACR project, is the reconstruction of the transmission lines and not the deployment of those technologies.
Well, I guess my question would be the opportunity for what? What is the opportunity for?
Dean Latulip, we're talking about the fiber optic ground wire. Is that what we're talking about?
The company indicated that the use of the fiber optic ground wire lays foundation, meaning that you would be able to create opportunities for something.
Yes.
What?
Wait, I can't hear the question.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Meaning that you would be able to create what?
Opportunities for what?
I can answer that, Dean LaTulip. What a fiber optic ground wire does for us in the future, it provides a communication path for pilot protection if needed in the future. For all terminals of the line, which would enhance the reliability of the line by sensing and clearing faults very quickly, much quicker than without pilot protection. So if that need for pilot protection was seen or identified in the future, we'd have the communication link to implement that.
I guess a follow-up to that would be, what would indicate the need for pilot protection?
It could be transient stability problems, where if the fault was not cleared quick enough, then the system or the lines could become unstable. There could be DER control interaction, negative interaction, that would necessitate implementation of a pilot protection scheme that has not been identified yet, but with more and more DER connecting to the system, it could be a problem in the future, and it may necessitate pilot protection on those lines.
Would it be fair to say that the grid enhancement technologies that we're discussing would likely not be implemented unless the cable ends up being enhanced and operated at 115? Or would there be opportunities at the 69?
There could be opportunities at 69 as well.
Other than the pilot program you were just describing, is there any additional technologies that would be available as a result of use of the optical ground wire? Or any upgrades to the line in general that would open the opportunity for additional enhancements?
Something else that the fiber optic ground wire would provide is a communication link between substations and the along the corridor back to the dispatch center in Northborough. That's also an enhanced reliability improvement that provides.
Then I just have one additional follow-up. Are there any upgrades or contemplated projected upgrades as far as the line itself and the project design that the company feels that it would not be able to implement? So did the company go far enough as far as upgrades for potential modifications to the line later on?
Dean LaTulip, I think with the pre-building of the lines for 115 kV operation is adequate. I think that's what gives us the ability down the road to meet reliability obligations.
And the company indicated that they were projecting the need 10 years down the road. I guess my question would be, were there any alternatives considered that would be projecting the total life expectancy of the line, as far as if it would ever need an additional upgrade to a higher voltage or higher capacity at any point?
A higher voltage is very unlikely because the loads that are served by those lines, all the distribution substations that are connected to those lines at 115, if the transmission lines were operated at 115, there would be no problem serving those substations with those lines. But once you increase the voltage of those lines to 230 kV or 345 kV, then serving the load along the lines really can't be done feasibly with 345 kV or 230 kV transmission line voltage. The transformation, the transformer ratios are too high at that point. They're 345 kV and 230 kV lines are not meant to supply load. They're meant to transfer power. You don't have load serving 345 kV lines and 230 kV lines in the system, at least in the national grid system.
Thank you, Mr. Latulo. That concludes my questions on all alternatives. I'd open it up to the rest of the panel. Seeing no questions or additional questions, I'll open it back up to Mr. Wong to continue.
Mr. Tar, I think we would be proceeding to route selection questions. Do we have any route selection questions? Just, I'm confirming with my colleague in the room. Give me 1 second. I don't think we have any prepared for right now. Mr. Green, it appears you have a question?
Yes. I recall reading, and I believe it was in the Secretary's DEIR certificate, that the project connected to the recently done ISO study on what was needed by 2050, for a sort of large decarbonization of the electric system. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that aspect of the project in terms of its sort of longevity through that time period, and whether other than just uprating it to the 115, whether the line would have that usefulness over that time period.
I am not familiar with the intricacies of that 2050 study that ISO New England conducted, but they did identify large amount of load growth. And with a large amount of load growth in the system, be it from electrification of heating loads or electrical vehicle charging, that load could necessitate conversion of the lines, the A1B2 lines, to 115 kV, because there's only so much power that can be supplied via 69 kV. So I think the pre-build to 115 kV standards of the lines really sets us up well to meet the 2050 initiative.
One other question I have is, was there consideration given to just going immediately to a 115 kV operation of the new line or the replacement line, rather than doing it incrementally in two stages?
Dean Latulip, yes, we did address this in one of the IRs. The to convert immediately to 115 kV operation, all the substations along the lines would need to be, they would need to accommodate the 115 kV conversion. There are some stations that can accommodate that today, or will be able to accommodate it after they're rebuilt due to asset needs. For one is Templeton Municipal. Their station can accommodate a 150 kV conversion without upgrades that I know of. And then we have a few asset condition projects along the lines like Vernon and Chestnut Hill coming along that will, those after they're rebuilt will have 115 kV operability. There are a few other stations along the line that would need to be converted to 115 kV. We don't feel that it's a prudent use of ratepayers' money to upgrade those stations now. We believe that as time goes on, studies would be conducted, and when the need arises based on the results of those system studies, then we would go ahead and convert the remaining substation equipment to 115.
Let's imagine that the company determines in 12 years that it needs to upgrade to 115 kV and perform the additional upgrades at the substations that you were just ticking off. If we had that perfect knowledge in advance, would ratepayers and others be better served by, again, making that decision now rather than, say, 12 years from now, in terms of maybe a cost savings or some other efficiency benefit?
Well, presumably, if we identified the need in 12 years, that need would be maybe 5 to 10 years beyond that 12 years out. So we would have appropriate time to implement those changes construction-wise. So appropriate use of ratepayers' money would be to defer the projects as long as we can. If they're not needed, we wouldn't spend that money. We would wait until it's actually needed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Tar, just for the sake of the record, can I ask for the panelists, the witnesses who would be in charge of route selection to give us an overview of that process?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Hi, Priyanka Shrestha, BSc Group. So we began the route evaluation with defining a study area centered around the existing A1B2 right-of-way and developing a general set of route evaluation criteria that is consistent with the siting board standards and to satisfy the objective and the need of the project. One of the primary criteria during the route selection process was that any feasible alternative route must continue to serve the existing substations along the A1B2 corridor. along with minimizing the cost of the project, minimizing the environmental impacts, and following that. So that was the criteria that the screening, that the corridors were screened against. And following that, we evaluated potential route alternatives to ensure that the project best balances consideration of the reliability and minimization of environmental impacts and cost. So during this process, we identified linear corridors such as existing electric transmission line, railroad, natural gas pipeline, and highway and roadway corridors. We then screened these routes against the overall criteria that was set in the beginning to assess whether any routes would be.
I'm sorry, that was said in the what?
Sorry. So again, we then screened these routes against the criteria that was set in the beginning of the evaluation, and to assess whether any routes would be a potentially superior route to the existing A1, B2, and TAP line right-of-ways. Routes were initially screened out to see if they were found to be clearly inferior to the project because they could not maintain system function and operability. And then on the secondary screening, NEP then the company then continued to focus on maximizing the use of the existing linear corridor while minimizing construction constraints and costs and environmental impacts. So when we compared the potential routing opportunities, we found out that the existing line and the TAP line corridor offered clear advantage over the potential routes that were assessed. So that is, in general, how we conducted the route selection.
Thank you, Ms. Resta. And this question might be more general, but would the fact that the need for the project came about partly because of asset refurbishment sort of did that mean that that it would be a pretty high bar for any alternative to reach because you had to refurbish this line anyway in terms of selecting a route?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. So, given that it appears from the asset refurbishment study that these lines would have had to be replaced anyway. So, did that factor in at all in terms of your selection of a route in order that would meet the need for this project?
So I think from as far as my understanding, the objective and need of the line was at the forefront of the analysis that was done. But having said that, I think the route analysis that we did factored in the fact that the assessment is still consistent to the siting board requirements. Yeah.
Appreciate that. Ms. Farrell, were you going to add something?
Yes, this is Jessica Farrell. So typically when...
Yep.
Yeah, I muted myself. Sorry about that. Typically when we review asset condition projects and we're looking to reconstruct our existing assets, we look to leverage existing rights of way to the greatest extent practical. That's it, and it tends, because we already have assets there, assets that would either need to be removed or refurbished, regardless of whether or not we found an alternate route. It tends to be the most efficient from a cost and minimizing environmental impact standpoint to use what we already have.
Thank you. Yeah, and I do appreciate, because you're doing an EFSB petition and we have these requirements for selecting these projects. So yeah, I guess one last question to follow up on that is, and just forgive me for not being super up to speed on this part of the record. Did the fact that this is an existing right of way that needed some refurbishment factor into your evaluation of its advantages in terms of the route selection process?
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, meaning,
Priyanka Shrestha, sorry.
thank you. So meaning that, it sounds like this right of way, these lines on this right of way would have had to be replaced in any case. What was that? And this is an existing right of way, obviously, with lines in it. Would those factors have factored in as an advantage for this route for meeting the project need? Do you get where I'm going?
So if I'm understanding the question correctly, are you asking that the objective and the need of the project, when we evaluated the routes, did we factor that in? Is that the question that you're
Maybe
asking?
I could walk this back. And this is hypothetically, if you had found a route that was clearly superior to using this right of way, would you have gone for that? I mean, would you still have had to refurbish this line, or would this line be taken down and you would just use that new right of way?
So this is Jessica Farrell. If we found a superior option that had less environmental impacts, was more cost effective, we would still need to either remove or make safe the existing lines. So if they were to remain in service, we would need to make sure that they would, as reliably as practical, remain in service. And if we were going to retire them, we would need to access the right of way and remove all of the existing assets. So either way, the existing corridor would have been part of the scope of work.
Thank you. I am satisfied. Mr. Tulip?
Yeah, and I would just add, if we decided to go for a new route and retire the A1, B2 lines, then we would need to build new substations all along the new route, which would be tremendously expensive.
Thank you. And last question on that, just so I have, and this is, thank you for indulging this line of questioning. Is this are these reasons more or less described in what you have in the petition?
Yes, more or less, I believe.
Thank you. That's all I have for right now before lunch. Mr. Tar?
So it is now 1 o'clock. We will go off the record and return back on the record at 1:45. Unless I hear anyone raise any additional objections or comments. All right, at this time we will go off the record. We will return at 1:45.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We will now go back on the record in this proceeding. Mr. Wong, I'll turn it over to you. Proceed forward with the cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Tar. So we're going to head into the environmental questions. I did have one question I'm recalling right now that I want to ask. That's general. So this morning we heard from, during direct examination, one of the witnesses, I'm not remembering who right now, talked about the construction schedule update for the New Hampshire portion. I wanted to confirm whether there were any changes to the construction schedule for the planned construction for this, the Massachusetts portion of the project.
Yes, let me pull up what we put in the do you have in hand? I don't have what was in the in our file. Let's see where that's hidden.
It was hold on. I had it up earlier.
Sure. Thank you. And I can pull up the latest and greatest.
It's on page 5 of the petition, attachment A.
All right. You said attachment what now?
Attachment A. Where most of the narrative would have been for the petition.
I'm sorry, where most of the narrative what?
Would have been in the petition, with the petition, rather.
The application.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, the application petition.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sherman, couldn't hear you.
Sorry, I'm looking at the petition right now from May 2023, and he said it was. You want to give me another assist to where it is, Mr. Wang?
Page
the
5.
application, attachment A, page 5.
Page 5. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, anticipate schedule. Okay. Yes. So we have an estimated start date of May 2025, and we're going to say we're finishing in fall 2030. That's with the right-of-way restoration. There are some changes. I did pull up the schedule today. So we could, if this question came up. All right, so right now we are looking at a construction start date for Massachusetts of March 11th, 2026, and a construction finish of February 19th, 2030. Now the construction finish, it was alluded to earlier there, we will be watching, restoration efforts. So that will continue after that.
Okay, so it looks like the estimated start date, which is the access route construction and preparation, would be later, but the estimated end date, including right-of-way restoration, would be a little bit earlier in the year in 2030. Is that what I'm hearing?
Okay, so I'm saying construction to May 2026.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you, Mr. Chairman.
You can't understand me? Yes, sorry. Yes, you're correct. So, March 11th, 2026 compared to May 2025. And, finishing up we said fall 2030. So we really didn't give you a firm date. But we have firm dates now based upon the 4-year duration. Like I said, February 19th, 2030. So you're correct.
Thank you. That's all I have for right now. I'm going to pass it to my colleague, Mr. Strasberg, for the environmental witnesses, if you would want to be on camera right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wong. I'm going to begin my questioning in the context of construction field supervision. And I'll ask you to pull up EFSB-NO-12. Please let me know when you're ready.
And just for the record, this was one that I prepared as well, Mike. Mr. Terrell, if you need assistance.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, good. You can proceed. I'm still working through it. This is Mike Terrell. Teresa, you have it up?
Okay. How often would work be conducted simultaneously at 2 or more sites, and how would the company coordinate construction supervision in such situations?
Yeah, Jeremy, that's a construction question. Either you or Josh should pick that one up in terms of sequencing.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Strasberg, are you asking particularly from an environmental perspective, or are you asking construction in general, please?
I'm asking in the context of the field supervisor who would be present at the site, and also environmental supervision, which I also understand would be present at the site.
Yes, Mr. Terrell, I will start off with the construction aspect, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so yes, National Grid will have a construction supervisor on site daily. The duration and his objectives or her objectives are based upon the work that's being completed for the day. The contractor also will have supervision in the form of a construction foreman. So we will be getting reports from both of them, the project team. We have a daily report coming from the contractor telling us about the work that they are completing. Likewise, we will be having a follow-ups with our construction supervisor. As far as what they look at that day, like I said, it's really going to depend on the items. If they're pulling conductor, we may look at that day. If they're far up ahead doing road work and the road work's been going along fine, I can't say that the construction supervisor will see the road work that day as well, or the access roads. So it's really based upon what we see as critical to the job and with the work that's being performed at the time. That's from a construction perspective. Mike, I don't know if you want to add on from an environmental perspective.
Mike Terrell. So broadly, let me take a step back on the environmental training side of things, and this will apply project wide. So not just per activity, but we need to step back for one moment on the overall environmental training that we'll perform for the contractor personnel as well as our own personnel. So before the contractor begins work, we will do what's called an environmental field issue training. And that will involve, as I mentioned, pretty much the contractor supervisory staff, foremen, any critical staff that they have even on their subcontractor side, as well as our own internal staff and on the environmental side, construction, real estate, project wide. We will do an environmental field issue training that will last several hours, reviewing all the environmental permit conditions, the obligations, the requirements, the inspection criteria, our environmental monitor structure and who will be present, and the reporting mechanism around that. For this project, we will be instituting a requirement to have a hard hat sticker to prove you've been through the environmental field issue training, which is important for us to ensure that everyone on site has that training.
I'd like to hone in on one particular item here, just in the context of work being done, two critical pieces of work at two different sites. When that might occur, how would a field supervisor, what's the protocol in terms of how a field supervisor would address that?
Hi, this is Josh Holden from National Grid. We will likely have more than one supervisor. So we have different levels of supervisors. We have a lead supervisor that has 3 or 4 supervisors under his direction. So for this project, we will probably have a civil supervisor and then a line supervisor, and they would view sites as needed in coordination with the contractors. We typically require our contractors to give us a 1 week look ahead of the field activities that will be going on. So that way our supervision can prioritize what they need to go out and look at.
Would it typically be the case that most or all supervisors would be out in the field at one point in time, or to what extent would it vary? Can you speak to that, please?
Sure. So it'll vary with what's going on in the right of way. So the construction sequence will be, right of way and access improvements, and then drilling for caissons or direct embed structure, and then installation of the structures, and then the wire work. So again, depending on what's going on, they'll visit the various locations. So you could have a civil supervisor potentially visiting a drill crew, and if there's no line work going on yet, the line supervisor wouldn't go out and see anything. So they would divide and conquer and go out and provide the appropriate supervision.
To what extent would field supervisor activities and environmental field monitor responsibilities overlap, and how would this be coordinated?
So I'll take a shot, and then Mike can correct me. But basically, the environmental monitors work closely with the contractor supervision and with the National Grid supervision to again, working with the contractor's projected work schedule and 1 week or 2 week look ahead schedule. Environmental monitors would go out and meet with the contractors to discuss, what's needed and any repairs needed for erosion controls.
I'm sorry, needed for erosion controls?
Erosion controls, yes, apologies. So they would, the environmental monitors work closely with the construction supervisors and the contractor supervisors to ensure that the project is constructed in accordance with the environmental permits, and that, we have weather events. So if there's any erosion controls that need to be repaired, the environmental supervisor would work with the National Grid supervisor or the contractor supervisor to get those items addressed in a timely manner.
Describe how information conveyed by the field supervisor or field supervisors would typically be disseminated and evaluated within the company.
So we will be receiving, daily reports. We'll have a weekly meeting as well with the contractor. Josh already mentioned the look ahead, so we're going to know, what we're working on or what they're working on, when they're working on it. So we'll be able to, look ahead and work, and get this information. Work with Mr. Terrell and his team. Work with Ms. Farrell and her team if there are, questions about engineering or quality of work. So we'll be able to, approach the project with this real-time information, and communicate amongst each other, either in the weekly meeting or through emails and phone calls. The weekly meeting is really geared up to set us up for the work we are completing. Pick up on any loose ends, but really, what are we looking at, in this week, and what challenges or environmental concerns do we have, and and the monitoring, feedback, into that meeting.
If an urgent item were conveyed, how would that factor in to what you just spoke of?
An urgent, there can be various urgent items. I would say that, if it's like a stop work, a safety incident, an environmental, an oil spill or something, that'd be conveyed immediately. The contractor is required. So if we are not on site, and we will have a large site presence, as Josh already indicated, but if we're not on site, the contract documents, provide, language that says use the contract, contact us immediately. That also, let's say it is a safety incident, we would find out, call stop work, discuss it with the team, head to site, whatever whatever mitigations are required, it would happen. Immediately. So yes, we do have the ability. We are set up, to respond, quickly, not just at a weekly basis, right?
Can you describe generally the protocols? Can you speak to generally the protocols used by field supervisors to determine compliance with or deviation from worksite rules?
Yes. A construction supervisor will mostly start out looking at the daily job plan, right, or the job brief. That's beneficial in a couple aspects. First, it's going to tell them what work's being performed, so they're going to know what's going on that day. So then they're going to be able to triage, what do I want to see, what's important to me, right? And there's also going to talk about the hazards and the controls from a safety perspective. So they're able to kind of key in on the safety items as well. Mr. Terrell can communicate. I'll say high level. There will be environmental representation, site monitors on site. And they'll also know what work we are performing for the week, as I mentioned earlier, and what to look at. I don't know, Mike, if you have protocol for the environmental monitors when they head out to site.
Yeah, this is Mike Terrell. From a purely environmental monitoring standpoint, we will have full-time environmental monitors with the crews working in the field, and they will have, as was already discussed, a look-ahead plan from the contractor, and they will also have a punch list of items that need to be corrected and a checklist that we follow for ensuring that the work being performed is being performed in accordance with the environmental permit conditions. and that's reported back up through me in a daily report.
Generally, are protocols formulated significantly on a week-to-week basis, or are protocols well established at the onset or at the beginnings of construction phases?
This is Jeremy Sherman. I would say both. You know, the protocols, you know, that I mentioned earlier, as far as safety, is very well established. So, you know, you will show up to the job site, and like I said, you know, the protocol is to immediately, before you even step foot onto, you know, a work site, is to you review the daily job plan, understand the work that's being completed, understanding the risks, the hazards, controls. You sign that, you discuss it, then you go on site. Now, depending on the work that's being done, you know, I think that's where it gets more, you know, sort of week to week. You might have Miss Farrell going out because they're carrying foundations, right? She may want to see the foundations. You may have Mike's team out there as well, because they're, you know, they're establishing some new BMPs. You know, so I'd say it's a mixture of both. You know, I think it starts with a sort of a robust sort of structure of the safety, knowing the environmental concerns of an area, and then how we want to visit, as well as the engineering, right? We want to make sure that the work is being done per specifications. And then, you know, we'll figure out throughout the week the protocol as far as, you know, when we need to see that.
Can you describe circumstances in which additional inspections at work sites beyond what field supervisors would typically undertake would be necessary to ensure compliance with worksite rules, address problems at work sites, or fulfill other inspectional objectives? How would the company accommodate such circumstances?
You know, situations will come up, you know, where we may want additional, you know, you know, boots on the ground, if you will. You know, I could see flaggers, DOT work where we're doing stuff near highways where we're definitely going to need additional support in the forms of police details, things like that. So that'll have to be planned well prior before you start that work. Same thing with flaggers for rail, right? If you're working with, say, a CSX or something, you're going to have to get those flaggers out there and get those additional eyes out there. You know, we'll have spotters, right? Spotters, you know, will be needed. You know, just to make sure you're adhering to the safe distances while you're, you know, while you're working near a line that has, you know, that's energized. And then I'd imagine, you know, we're still sort of fleshing out this approach to helicopters, but for the helicopter work as well, potentially.
Would there ever be circumstances where field supervisors and environmental field monitors are not present at active sites during the construction process?
So you're saying oh, sure, Sean.
Yeah.
So yes. So you know, the environmental monitor and the construction supervisor are gonna work their way along the project route as the project is being completed. So the environmental inspector or the construction supervisor may stop by structure 1 and then leave and go to structure 20 and then leave and go to structure 30, because they're going to bounce around the entire project work area while work's going on. So they're not, they don't just go to one spot and stay there. They go where there may be, as Jeremy mentioned, you know, a concrete pour going on, but then they'll go and check in and then move on to check in on other crews. So they're not, they don't go to one location and stay there. They work the project route as needed.
In addition to contractor and subcontractor training, can you speak to other forms of monitoring that the company might deploy in those circumstances?
Can you specify, as Jeremy Sherman, the circumstances that you're discussing, that you're mentioning?
Sure. So if the field supervisor or supervisors are at certain points on the construction site, but there's active work going on at another point that they just haven't gotten to yet, are there any other forms of monitoring, construction monitoring, that the company deploys perhaps at those points beyond contractor and subcontractor training?
The monitoring. Josh, you want to go?
Sorry, Josh Holden. So I think maybe a good example of this would be during a concrete pour. So when concrete foundations are being poured, there's a requirement that they hire an engineer to review that activity and to test the concrete to make sure it's in spec, which is where the National Grid supervisor might not be there, the environmental monitor might not be there, but there would be a third party viewing the work to make sure it's in compliance with, the concrete design and the slump of the concrete, and to make sure that it's being built in conformance with our project plans. And it looks like Jess wants to add something.
This is Jess Farrell. So in addition to that, for the transmission line and civil construction pieces, we do have engineering QA/QC documents that get filled out by the field crews to verify that the work that they're completing is done in conformance with the most critical portions of the technical specification. And those are submitted as part of the as-built for the project for reviews. So that way we know that the crews doing the work are doing so in compliance and have signed off that they have done so.
And the last, Jeremy Sherman, last thing I'll add is, we do get a daily construction report. I know this is different than eyes on them, but the daily construction report will tell us what was completed for that day and what's coming up tomorrow.
Teresa Portante, one more report to add. We also issue environmental monitoring reports documenting compliance on a weekly basis.
Can you speak to how the company would respond to a situation in which a contractor or subcontractor has not complied with worksite rules?
Yes. So, we do have company standards for contractor compliance. Basically the contractor is responsible for their employees and their subcontractors, and they're held accountable for ensuring compliance with all applicable safety rules while working on our property in our right of way and on our assets. This has to flow down, to their subcontractors, right? If contractor employees are involved in accident or incident or significant miss, they are required to lead an investigation and a root cause with National Grid. I've been part of a few of these and some of the team members as well, right? Contractor must also implement corrective actions and establish measures.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. So the team members, what? The team members also.
Team members also. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
Participate in incident analysis. So if there is an incident,
Thank you, Josh.
Oh, sorry, Josh Holden. Sorry.
Wait, I'm sorry. I can't take both of you at once. If you could speak at a time.
Yeah, so it's Josh Holden. Just to add to what Jeremy was saying, if there is an incident, so an injury or a motor vehicle accident, the company requires a root cause analysis, and there will be participation by management employees and by safety, our National Grid safety employees, to investigate the cause of the incident and then come out with a corrective action plan.
Yes, and this is Jeremy Sherman again. If there is an accident, or habitually violate our safety or environmental rules, the contractor is required to remove that individual from the project. We, National Grid, reserves our right to remove any contractor employee as well who violates rules, procedures. Otherwise, it can go up a step, and if the contractor is observed to be operating, immediate danger.
I'm sorry, and if the contractor what?
It's observed to be operating in a manner that creates imminent danger. Thank you. Imminent Okay, imminent danger. The responsibility of all individuals to, to seize the work. We call it a stop work. The National Grid will continue that stop work until the issue, environmental safety, whatnot, hasn't resolved to the satisfaction of National Grid. Right. Willful and repeat violations is considered a breach of contract and reason for contract termination. Any other questions I can answer in that capacity?
I'm going to ask a related question.
Yes.
In situations where abutters are concerned that contractors or subcontractors have not adhered to worksite rules, how would the company ensure that abutter concerns are quickly and effectively addressed?
For this question, I'll start by saying we will have, the goal is to get ahead of all the work, right? So we will be communicating with the abutters on the work that'll happen before it happens, right? So they should know. For example, if there is an issue, they will have the means and know these means to contact us. We have Ms. Rocha from Stakeholder. I believe you could add a little more color to that, please.
Yes, this is Bethany Rocha. So when an abutter makes some type of complaint to us, which to all immediate abutters and to 500-foot abutters, they're given, they're sent notifications that have our email, our hotline, and a project website. So they can get in contact with us when anything happens or before it happens, if they know that construction is coming and they would like to talk to us. When there are issues that are brought to us, they're brought back to the project team, and depending on the conversation with the project team, next actions are put in place.
Are there special measures that ensure a quick turnaround time in those situations?
Yes. So typically when someone gets in touch with us, we do like to get in touch with them as soon as possible to clarify what their issue is if we didn't get to answer it immediately. And then we typically will have about a 3 business day window where we'll take stuff back to the team and then get back to the abutter. If something can't be answered in that time with the project team, we will notify the abutter that it may take a little bit longer to get the answer or to rectify the situation.
During our public hearing process, there were accounts of abutter activities that occur in the company's right-of-way, like farming, for example. Describe how the company would coordinate with these abutter activities in the right-of-way in situations where work must occur in these activity locations.
Yes, so we do have instances where we would be going through people's property that, could be farming or have animals. Our outreach team, since we do send notifications ahead of time, we have compiled a pretty significant list of abutters that do need special consideration. And we do try to work with these abutters as much as we can. And in certain situations, we use, matting for work pads and farm fields, and we do what we can with those abutters.
Does the company anticipate any situations where abutters would need to cross company work sites to access their properties?
That's also Jordan, Mr. Red, if he has been sworn in. I'm not sure if he's been sworn in. I can tell you if this even is something we need to consider.
So
Mr. Red,
I guess.
Yeah, thank you, Josh.
Sorry, Joshua Holden. We would we, working with outreach and and then the construction supervisor would work with the abutters to coordinate if they needed to cross our work areas. So that the National Grid supervisor and, our outreach team, if we identify a situation where we could potentially have an access issue, we would work with the abutter directly to make sure that they're able to cross as needed.
How would the company ensure that complete and accurate information about this project is effectively disseminated among the populations of the municipalities involved, including information about how exactly this project would impact local and regional energy systems?
Jeremy Sherman, for the first part of your question, Ms. Rocha, I believe you can add a little more color regarding how we communicate, to the abutters.
Yep, Bethany Rocha. So to the abutters, we do send mailing notifications, and for those that have stated that email is their preference, they can also receive an email. We also put notifications up on our website and project updates on our website. And we do ask when there are significant updates that some of the municipalities post it on their social media pages.
In terms of fostering an understanding about the project's impact on local and regional energy systems, is the company taking any measures in this regard?
Yes, Jeremy Sherman. We have reached out to several towns, Athol, Orange, and then we did have members from the Warwick Energy Committee, meet up with us several months ago. We included project team members. We also added a new team member who works solely in the additional of renewable energy. We met with these towns. We went over individual projects they had concerns about, and gave them actual information about how the upgraded A1B2 will affect those projects.
A related question: how would the company ensure that any potential misinformation about the project at public meetings, online, or in any other venue would be properly addressed?
This is Bethany Rocha. If we did find that there was misinformation about the projects, we would first and foremost post it on our website to correct that. And then depending on what the information was or how grand of a scale it was that this information got out, we would probably send notifications the same way we do for project updates.
And just a final question, and I'm going to pivot to the topic of noise. How would the company address complaints about noise that is within acceptable decibel levels per applicable rules?
So for noise that's within acceptable decibel levels, we would first try to determine when we would be working in a certain area. So ahead of the construction, we will be going and sending targeted notifications so people will know that the construction is closer to their home. And we would hope, and we will also educate within these notifications that there is noise associated with construction. And so we will try to let people know what types of noise they will be hearing. That's in hopes that we wouldn't get as many noise complaints, but once we do, we can take those back to the team, see if what these abutters are hearing is in line with what we're doing, and we would explain it and then help them by putting a timeline on it and how long they think we think they will be hearing that.
Yeah, Jeremy Sherman, just a quick addition, sticking to the hours, that we've agreed to for the town and for the EFSB group. So if we're saying we're working 7 to 5, we're working 7 to 5, and that noise stops at starts at 7 or 8, whatever the hours are, and ends when we say it's going to end. We stick to that.
Just one final item. Describe any noise mitigation measures that the company has previously employed to accommodate abutter concerns about high decibel noises, especially beyond normal work hours.
So this is Jessica Farrell. For overhead transmission line construction, apart from ensuring that our equipment is outfitted with mufflers and the appropriate noise mitigation in that manner and working during the permitted hours, that those are our typical ways to ensure that we're complying. Otherwise, it's in our best interest to complete work as expeditiously as possible, so that way there is that impact has been mitigated. In terms of working outside of normal hours, those are activities we try to communicate ahead of time and mitigate to the greatest extent practical.
Thank you very much, everybody. I'll hand it back to Attorney Tar.
I just have one follow-up regarding construction hours. Just because there was some fluctuation between 7 and 8. Is there any updates to the construction hours found on the attachment, indicating that standard construction hours would be 7 to 7 Monday through Friday and 8 to 5 on Saturdays? Or is there any additional updates regarding any agreements with any of the towns or any modification of those construction work hours?
Those work hours still stand. This is Jeremy Sherman. Those work hours still stand. Regarding modifications, to my knowledge right now, there are no modifications based upon the preferences of individual towns.
Thank you, Jeremy. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Sherman. I'll pass it back off to Mr. Wong.
Mr. Tar, I don't know if maybe I didn't pay attention. I see a chat from Gordon Red in the chat about not having been given direct testimony or direct examination.
Yeah, sorry. Since my name was brought up, I was just mentioning I hadn't been given the brief direct testimony.
Have you been sworn in? I'm sorry.
Yes, I was sworn in.
Okay.
I'll
Mr. Tar, do you want to handle that, or?
Yeah, I'll handle it. Attorney Cuthan, would you like to address any additional outstanding direct testimony from your witnesses and panel?
No, I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
Maybe a further update. Mr. Red, did you provide any testimony or any affidavits as part of a response to any information requests as part of this proceeding?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Mr. Red, did you provide any affidavits or any statements as part of information requests in response to any questions from the EFSB in this proceeding?
Yes, I did.
Attorney Cuthan, would you like to revise your response to direct testimony? Would you like to amend the additional direct testimony?
No, I'm sorry if I'm confused. I don't think that Mr. Red's testimony is necessary today. He's, to the extent that he filed information requests responses, we submitted an affidavit. So I don't plan to present him at this time as a witness.
Okay. Just want to make sure that we have it clear on the record. Appreciate
Thank
that. Turn it back over to Mr. Wong.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, would you like to have your questions?
Thank you, Mr. Wong. A number of questions have already been asked, so I think I have just a handful of questions at this point. refer to EFSB SH13 regarding hazardous waste management. And I'm not sure who I should be speaking to about this.
Hi, Jeremy Sherman. You can speak to me to start, please.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Yeah, from the existing structures, specifically the wooden poles and the metal structures that are being removed, how are the lead metal coatings and creosote laced poles being disposed of by contractors, and how is National Grid overseeing that to ensure compliance?
Mm-hmm. So for the steel and the wood poles, we work with we were talking about investment recovery group in SSH13. We work with the investment.
I'm sorry, some of your words are not fully clear. So for the steel and the wood poles, we work with our
Yes, investment recovery. My apologies for how I speak, but investment recovery group. All right, so specifically for the steel poles, that will be recycled. The lead paint coated steel poles are recyclable. We do have vendors that we work with. These vendors are, approved by National Grid to dispose of or recycle the materials regarding, or the steel. The contractor will disassemble these steel structures. There will be scrap bins staged throughout the right of way at specific locations. These scrap bins will be filled with the steel towers. The scrap bins will be hauled by the recycler, the scrapper, to their approved facilities and recycled. For the poles, Jess, or Ms. Farrell, could you add some color on the creosote poles?
So National Grid, this is Jessica Farrell. So our practice for wood pole removal is to essentially bring the wood poles that are being retired to a road crossing and then have an approved vendor haul them to a facility to dispose of the poles appropriately.
Okay, great, thank you. And is there any kind of follow-up or anything, that kind of a quality assurance or something to make sure that this is all done in compliance with various state and federal laws? Do you get reports? Do you do inspections? Do you do anything that's just sort of with your investment recovery group to ensure that it's going the way that you would like to see it go? The disposal.
Regarding the steel towers, so first of all, we will the companies that we hire, as we said, are approved for this. Visually, we will be on site. We'll be looking, and making sure that everything is in order. That things aren't sort of out of sorts. So, we expect a clean site. We expect expect the towers, to be put into the bins. Once they go, for recycling, I honestly would have to request, to follow up with you on if we get manifests and whatnot for lead paint. Off the top of my head, I do not know. We do get a scrap credit, so they do give us a check for it. That being said, I would like to, look into that a little further as far as, do we treat it like hazardous material in a way that you need manifests and you need sort of that whole cradle to grave approach? So if possible, I'd like to get back to you on that.
Perhaps we do a record request to understand the final disposition of the lead and the creosote.
This will be
So
marked
this is
as record request EFSB 7 regarding documentation of hazardous waste removal, including lead and creosote.
And disposal.
Yes.
Great, thank you, Mr. Tar. Okay, the next couple of questions are more safety related questions. I refer the group to EFSB SH2. And in SH2, we discussed the concept of a qualified safety professional that oversees contractor staff. Perhaps somebody can discuss the nature and the frequency of oversight. This goes along with some of Nathaniel's questions as well. So what is the nature and the frequency of oversight of by the qualified safety professional on site?
This is Jessica Farrell. So the qualified safety professional is someone that is contractually obligated to be on site full time. Their roles and responsibilities involve ensuring compliance with the health and safety plan, reviewing job briefs, making sure that the appropriate inspections are being done to any tooling or rigging, and providing guidance on work methods that are kind of atypical or complex, so that way the appropriate safety perspective is being incorporated into any activities being performed on site.
Okay. Further to some of Mr. Strasburg's questions, we had some residents at, I believe, both the Fitchburg and Athol meetings that discussed specifically, one resident discussed that on his property, workers on the A1B2 line set fires. I think it was wintertime, they were trying to stay warm. And in another case, I believe in Athol, a person testified that there was unsanitary waste conditions on their property. And so I guess the question is, how are those kind of, and we discussed this a little bit, but how do we deal with those situations and also kind of rectification of the issues?
It's Jeremy Sherman. Regarding the fires, that would be a stop work immediately. There is no reason for there to be a fire on site, right? I can't speak to why those workers set fires, to keep warm. I think that someone mentioned during the, that right there is, breaks so much protocol right there that we would just, pump the brakes right there. Regarding the sanitation, we are going to, and it is baked into the contract documents that are signed by the contractor. Adequate sanitation, by adherence to a minimum OSHA, I think 1926.51. So OSHA spells out what's required at minimum. So we will not tolerate, unsanitary, using the woods and whatnot. We require that Jiffy John's, porta potties, whatever you want to call them, are stationed appropriately and per requirements.
In these cases, and I don't mean to pick just on these two cases, I think they're just illustrative, where we talked earlier with Mr. Strasburg that there was a protocol and the company would get back to the residents, kind of deal with that. Were those kind of things done in these cases where there were fires and unsanitary conditions, or is that something that we don't have the details at this time?
Yes, it's Mr. Sherman. Unfortunately, I do not know the specific projects. I do believe one of them was found to be actually on a different line when we look further into it. But I do not know the details of that. My guess is, is that those weren't normal, they're projects along the A1B2 line. Maybe it was during a storm or something where you had restoration crews out there. But things would have to, for those events to occur, I guess it would be a huge breach of protocol. So unfortunately, I can't speak to those individual events. So I don't know if I can totally answer your question.
Okay, all right. Moving on to wetlands, EFSB W16. We similarly heard reports during some of the meetings, the public hearings of wetland impacts. And I guess it sort of gets to, we understand that there are environmental monitors and they are out in site, but it sounds like there's training that happens at the beginning of the day and there are monitors. I mean, is there a frequency of wetland violations associated with this project, or is this sort of a one-off kind of a thing when we hear of wetland issues despite the training and the monitors?
This is Mike Terrell. I'm not sure of the issue you're referring to be honest with you. But I participated, I think, in those meetings. Putting that aside, again, that's not a practice that we tolerate. If there's a non-compliance, first of all, our environmental monitors will be present every day. And if there's an issue with wetland compliance or permit compliance, then we're going to address it immediately with the contractor and company personnel. That's, I think, the response I have today. It's really not something we tolerate.
Okay, thank you. Just a few more questions. Referring to the DER at 58 to 59, we learned that just over 853,000 square feet of grading is proposed within the riverfront area. I don't know who would speak to that kind of work. Would that be you, Mr. Tyrell?
I'll defer to Teresa, please, Ms. Portante, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure. A couple quick questions. Does that actually translate into 853,200 square feet of loss of the riverfront area? And if so, or some portion thereof, or how will those impacts be mitigated?
No, it does not translate. So the impacts pertain to, the establishment of work pads within riverfront area. And that number likely includes caisson foundations being installed. Okay. Post-construction, those areas will be loamed and seeded. So it will continue to provide habitat within riverfront area.
Okay, thank you. And referring to EFSB W4 and W16, this addresses and refers to construction matting in streams and wetlands. And, there's a nice write-up in the response as to, some of the things the company does to ensure, safety of the streams and the wetlands. I guess the question is, it says sometimes there's a wetland scientist oversight. I guess, what is the logic flow by the company to determine if there should be a wetland scientist or otherwise environmental monitor on scene during the deployment of the construction matting in streams and wetlands? In other words, what kind of technical expert oversight is there for the deployment of the in-stream and wetland construction matting? Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, Teresa, I'll address that from my standard first, and then if you want to speak to your individual staff expertise, I will defer to you on that. This is, again, Mike Terrell. So our environmental monitors are qualified. Not only are they qualified, and I think we addressed this in W16, they're qualified under the construction general permit under EPA standards, but more importantly, they have wetland capabilities. They're not, they may not be wetland delineators per se, but they are people who work in the environment and in this work, overseeing compliance with permit conditions. So they can tell the difference between what is a wetland and what isn't a wetland, what's appropriate standards. They have at least the experience that I demand from them to be able to foresee a problem rather than be defensive about it, to be more on the offense in terms of establishing a matting approach, working with the contractor to understand we have a difficult stream crossing and that we need to talk about it in the field. So it's not left up to the contractor to do it as they see fit. Our environmental monitors have the experience to be able to ensure that it meets the permit conditions and isn't in fact the right thing to do from an environmental standpoint. And I'll ask Teresa if she wants to speak any more to that in terms of BSC Group will be supplying the environmental monitors for me on the project.
I don't have anything to add.
Okay, thank you.
Would it be fair to say that there's a proactive approach by the company and its contractor to have strategies to ensure that the respective CONCOM order of conditions are appropriately applied to and meet the performance criteria? Or is it proactive, kind of a proactive strategy, or is it a sort of reactive, we're out here, what do we think we need to do?
This is Mike Terrell. If you would clarify that for me one more time. Once we have our permits in hand, are you asking how we assure they're effectively implemented in the field, or something else?
That's pretty much what I'm asking, yeah.
So it goes back to my earlier comments on our environmental field issue document. And that is essentially our Bible of environmental compliance, that we assemble all our permit requirements in one place, in one manual. It's provided to the contractor, to the contractor's employees in the field from a supervisory standpoint. And we address the conditions during the early environmental training program. So anyone who comes on the site has been through a level of the environmental training and will have that sticker that I referred to in my earlier testimony. Again, our monitors, and we take the time with our contractors to ensure that the permit conditions, if there's any gray area, any misunderstanding about what a condition means, then we will address it up front. I think from my standpoint as the environmental lead, it's more important for me to work out those potential gray areas early with the conservation commissions themselves, so that when the order is issued to us with a set of conditions, that those conditions are clear and can in fact be implemented in the field. We try to do that up front.
Okay, thank you. So is it fair to say that really the this strategy, this field manual, if you will, isn't really completed until all of the order of conditions are in from the CONCOM, so that you can sort of compile them all in one place and come up with your strategies? Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. A couple last questions about upland impacts.
Mr. Riley, before you finish up with your final questions, I want to ask Mr. Brock, we're at about an hour in from the lunch break. I know that there's only a few questions remaining, and then there may be some outlier follow-up questions. Would you like to take a break now or power through to the end?
Let's keep going.
It sounds like a power.
I would say we have more than a few, like maybe half an hour to an hour of questions remaining. Does that change your calculus?
It does. If we have an hour, then let's take a break.
So I'll take the break. We'll go off the record now at 2:48, and then we'll come back at 3 o'clock to finish up the remaining questions. Thank you very much, everyone.
Was Jordan red there initially?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wrote down people's names and then felt that.
Yeah.
I might have missed one, but.
Oh, no, I do. Yeah, he was right there. Yep, no, there he is.
All right, the time is now 3 o'clock. We will go back on the record and to conclude this proceeding. Mr. Riley?
Thank you, Mr. Tar. A couple last questions regarding upland impacts. Referring to the DER at 36 and 37. This
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is it referring to the DER or DEIR?
DEIR. I'm sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Referring to the DEIR at
36 and 37. And this addresses access roads, specifically two types of access roads. One, standard roads type 1 to 2, and designed roads type 3 to 5. I'd like to focus on the designed roads types 3-5, 3 to 5 impacts. These are the kind of roads that are much higher grade. And I guess the question is, I'd like to hear about the criteria for siting and constructing and designing these roads. How does that work? And how many of these type 3 to 5 roads are there? What kind of area do they cover? Perhaps somebody can speak to background and more information on the design road type 3 to 5.
Hi, this is Jessica Farrell. So the types 3 through 5 roads are those gravel access alignments that we're proposing, as you noted, in areas with steeper slopes or across side slopes that require additional drainage features and compaction requirements to establish, so that way they can hold up to construction traffic. Given the nature of the right-of-way, it's a relatively rugged right-of-way with a number of side slopes, granite cuts, steep drop-offs. So when we're in upland area, we took the action of designing the access alignments. So essentially, we utilized aerial laser survey data to model the existing terrain, generated the engineering based on that LiDAR data, to ensure that the percent grade that we were designing the roads at were those that our construction equipment would be able to safely traverse, and also that we could construct within our permitted limits of disturbance. So we took that action so that we could accurately define the area of impact in the uplands associated with the access alignments.
Okay. And is there some kind of a formula, once every quarter mile or once every mile or 100 yards? Or I mean, how do you decide how often you need these little guys?
So the access alignments are based on basically where we need to get equipment to, and the full length of an access alignment is reviewed by engineering. If we can utilize a more standard access type, a type 1 or a type 2, we do that, and we have a typical cross-section, compaction requirements, aggregate specification for the construction of that. Where we are looking at more type 3 through 5 roads, we go in, we do the detailed analysis based on the topo generated from the aerial laser survey data. And again, we develop compaction requirements, aggregate specification, testing intervals, and detailed contour plans to basically define our limits of disturbance and scope out that work so that the contractor executing it can do so in alignment with what's necessary to build the project.
Okay. And can you perhaps speak to how to mitigate from erosion, because these are pretty steep grade access roads?
Yep. So we employ typical BMPs such as water bars, check dams, swales. We pitch roads in the direction of so that water is conveyed appropriately. Everything is crowned. Make sure that the compaction requirements ensure a stable surface. So those are some of the methods that we use. In addition, we will review post-construction to make sure that the roads are performing as anticipated, and if we need to take additional action and install additional BMPs, that'll be something we monitor over the life of the project.
Okay, thank you. Referring to the DEIR at 80, regarding vegetation management and tree branch issues, understanding the size of the right of way and looking at your vegetation maintenance and management policies. Is there anything else that you all believe that you will need to do over time to reduce the amount of outages from tree branch growing? I know that you go in with some frequency and you cut vegetation, cut tree branches at the line of the right of way. Is there any other management techniques that you all think are indicated in the A1D2 lines?
I could say, this is Mike Terrell. No, what we've outlined in our standard VM vegetation management plan and operation maintenance plan are valid here. We don't see anything beyond that.
Okay. I think those are my questions. Thank you very much, by the way. Mr. Wong.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. I have some follow-up as well as some questions on EJ, the EJ analysis done. I'm just gonna start with the follow-up questions. So this morning, I believe it was Mr. Sherman had talked about the use of helicopters now for the project, and I just wanted to ask a couple questions on that. Is the use of the helicopters exclusively for cable pulling?
So this is Josh Holden. I can assist with some of the helicopter answers. I'm on the company helicopter committee. So what the vendors have proposed for the New Hampshire and Vermont section is to use the helicopters to pull in ropes to then pull in the conductor. And they've also proposed that where marker balls are required on the LPGW, that they can use a helicopter to install marker balls.
And Mr. Holden, you had qualified your answer just now saying it was for the Vermont, New Hampshire section. Is that consistent with what you are going to see for the Massachusetts section as well?
Yes, most likely, yes. So
thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Did you have something else to add?
No, we would anticipate the vendors to come out with a similar request for the Massachusetts portion of the project once we go out to bid.
And that's likely, could you explain why they would likely do that for this project? I understand this isn't that common to use helicopters unless I'm mistaken.
So helicopters are used to facilitate certain aspects of construction to help with schedule and to help possibly reduce or decrease the amount of time that there might be, construction matting in place potentially. So prior to February of this year, the company had stopped utilizing helicopters, and now the company is going back to utilizing helicopters as one of the tools in the construction toolkit. So that's why we anticipate that for the Massachusetts portion that helicopter use will be proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Holden. And you stated that this would reduce the need for construction matting. So I guess my question, to put a finer point on it, is do you expect for other projects that you'd likely use helicopters going forward, or is it just because of the extent or the amount of crossings here for this project that you would likely use helicopters?
Yeah, so I guess just to clarify, we are replacing every structure, so we
Yep.
will need to get all the structures. But once the structures are in and we're ready to do wire work, that you could potentially reduce some of the matting, after the structures have been installed. And then the company is looking to utilize helicopters on other projects moving forward, if it's appropriate, if it's an appropriate construction method for the particular scope of work.
Thank you. And sorry, just please indulge me a little bit more. What would be an appropriate reason for using helicopters for other projects?
So for other projects, for example, if we had a project that had been rebuilt within the last 15 or 20 years and it was all steel structures and it was just wire work, that would be a good candidate for helicopter use because you wouldn't necessarily need to get a bucket truck there. You could fly the men and the tooling out to the structure and then drop them off, and then they could do the wire work, and then you'd fly back and pick them back up. Does that make sense?
Yes. Could you, it would make more sense if you explained to me how wire pulling with helicopter is done. I had thought it was pulled with the helicopter, but it sounds like it's not the case.
Sure. So for a brand new line, so for example, when the company constructed the K163 line, which runs from West Amesbury to Georgetown, it was a brand new line in the right of way. So there was no existing wire. So the helicopter basically will fly to a dead end location, which is where the wire stops. It would pick up a rope and it would pull the rope through all the structures in that section. So it could be a half mile or a mile. Then they would detach the rope, and then the ground forces would pull in the wire with the rope that the helicopter installed.
Okay, so
and then for
yeah.
So then I just mentioned, utilizing the helicopter to assist with wire work. So if we were reconductoring a circuit that is already steel pole construction, it would fly the men and the supplies out to the tower. The men would install rollers, put the wire in rollers, and then the ground bases at the other end would pull the wire out and then pull a new wire.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I get the part I wasn't understanding was the dropping of the people there and how that corresponded with the helicopter work. So this might be intuitive, but you wouldn't just use helicopter work for certain, crossings. If you were to use helicopter work, you would use it across the whole line. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. And that gets to the question about, from what I understand, line pulling work is work that the company would not want to stop halfway, at time and say, okay, it's 7 p.m. I'm going to stop. You're going to continue to do that until it's completed. Is that correct?
So, I mean, the helicopter, we wouldn't use a helicopter at night or in the dark. So, and we would get the helicopter vendors to commit to working within the approved project schedules.
This is Jessica Farrell, if I can jump in. So essentially, the helicopter work would allow us to take the existing wire, unclamp it at the existing structure location, or install the rope in a roller. The wire pulling itself is actually done from the ground line at two discrete locations between dead-end structures. And it's that wire pulling, not the aerial piece, that is something that we need to continue until the wire is pulled from one end of the pole to the other.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And Mr. Holden, you had anticipated my question was pertaining to the construction hours and how the impacts, if you may, from helicopter work if that would be outside of the agreed upon hours that you would have with the towns. would any helicopter work happen after hours, or would it all be contained within the hours that Mr. Sherman had talked about previously?
It would be within the hours that Mr. Sherman referenced previously.
Thank you. And I guess helicopter work, at least from a gut feeling, the noise impacts might be a little bit more than the other types of the other type of installing of those pulleys and so on could be. Has this potential noise impact been characterized anywhere on the record for us that you know
of? Not that I'm aware of.
Would that be something that you'd be able to prepare within, the usual 5 business days for a record request?
This is Jessica Farrell. We could track that information down for you. I will say the noise associated with helicopter wire stringing activities is essentially equivalent to, from an adjacent residence is essentially equivalent to being on like a riding lawnmower, anecdotally. So it does have some noise to it, but it's fast work, so they're not in any location for an extended period of time. So essentially the duration is that which they either need to get the rope to seat in the pulling block if they're installing ropes, or the time that they need to drop crewmen at a structure and have those crewmen unclip safely or reclip in, as the case may be.
And Mr. Holden and Ms. Farrell, Mr. Holden, as the helicopter, I forget the title you said, but as a helicopter expert, I will say right now, I guess the amount of noise from a helicopter would also depend on how close you are to the potential noise receptors. So, is that something that you try to minimize in terms of distance from residences, or is that just because, as Ms. Farrell said, it's really intermittent, but that's not something that we have to consider?
So it's as Jess mentioned, it's intermittent, and it's also flying along the line. So we're not flying like out over houses and back in. We're following the line itself in the linear fashion.
Thank you. Just to connect the dots there, flying along the line itself would be far enough from residences because the line itself is quite remote from residences. Would that be a true statement for most of the line, except for the Worcester County areas?
Yes, that would be a true statement for the majority of the line.
Thank you. Let's see.
Mr. Wong, I want to follow up. Did you still want to maintain the record request regarding noise pertaining to the helicopter, or are those questions sufficient for your understanding?
I would like something written up as well.
We can summarize that at the end of your questioning.
Thank you. I'm trying to think of, trying to characterize the helicopter impacts sufficiently so that we have enough to write about it. Okay, so again, understanding that from Ms. Farrell and Farrell and Mr. Holden, your testimony that this type of disruption would be akin to a lawnmower sound. Are you intending to do more with notifications during your construction notifications, or do you feel like it's sufficient to characterize it as regular construction?
I can jump in here. It's Bethany Rocha. If we do end up using helicopters, it will be well stated within our notifications that we will be using helicopters. And if it is right to equate a sound to it that people can relate to, then we will. But at the least, we'll state that it's helicopters and that they will be hearing them and what duration they'll hear them for.
Thank you, Ms. Rocha. I would like to go off for 1 minute. Just I'll mute myself. I just want to confer with my colleagues, if that's okay, Mr. Tar.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Carr. So I think we're ready to crystallize that record request, and I'm just going to restate the initial premise and add some more details I would like to it. So the record request would be: I would like the company to describe the potential noise impacts of using helicopters for construction of the wire, or rather to pull in the wires and prepare the wires for ground pulling. And please include an estimation of the total duration of the potential noise impact from beginning to end, and also an estimation of the duration of the helicopter lingering in any area at a certain time, if you're able to.
The record will reflect this as record request EFSB 8, as stated by Mr. Wong.
Mr. Holden and Ms. Farrell, do you understand the question?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So unless people have follow-ups on the helicopter questions, I'm going to move on to a follow-up on the route selection question with Ms. Vesta, if that's okay.
Yes.
Hi, Ms. Vesta. So thank you again for the overview this morning. I had a question. I've re-looked at the petition, and I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong. It looks like the company was able to eliminate the other route options with qualitative reasons, that there was no need for a scoring analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your experience, is that common? Like that's something is so superior that you don't even have to proceed to a scoring process?
I think given the unique scope of this project, since it is a refurbishment project and the primary criteria of the potential routes having to serve the substations, the intermediate substations within the right-of-way, I think that given the unique scope of this project, that and based on the analysis that we conducted, I think that provided us, that gave the basis for us to not propose not go through the scoring route. But typically, I think based on past filings that I have seen, I think depending on the analysis, I guess that wouldn't be a typical route. But
Thank you.
given the unique scope of this project, that's what our analysis led to.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And it sort of keys into the next question you had referenced, and in fact the petition also talks about the intermediate substations. And I just wanted to confirm, it looked to me like the other route options, including railroad routes and so on, you weren't looking them all as a whole. You weren't comparing route options, as the project compared to this complete route, compared to this complete route. Is that correct? You were looking at, between the substation, you could go this way or that way. And is that how you had approached it?
Yes, initially.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm all set with route selection. Thank you for coming back on again.
Thank you.
So here are my last set of questions. And I'll generally be referring to 3 documents. I'm referring to the company's EENF certificate, the DEIR certificate, and the FEIR. So whoever is best equipped to answer questions on the EJ portions of those documents, please avail yourself, and I will ask my questions. Okay. Excuse me. So, according to the DEIR certificate, the company had identified Athol, Fitchburg, Gardner, Leominster, and Lancaster as communities that had EJ populations that were close enough to the project to warrant further analysis. Does that sound right?
Yes. Therese Portante. Yes, those communities were located within the DGA.
Thank you. And the community I'm interested in is Lancaster, because it's not directly traversed by the project. Is that correct?
That is correct. Therese Portante, that is correct. And Priyanka, please feel free to jump in if you have anything to add. That community is within the 1 mile DGA, which is what, per the protocol, because it's within 1 mile, it was evaluated.
Thank you. And I guess my question pertains to, and let me just pull up the site for that. So we're all on the same page, literally. I'm looking at page 10 of the DEIR certificate. And let me know if you're there already.
Yes.
Thank you. So here, and I might be reading too much into it. I think it says that the DER provides analysis of the project's impacts and outreach to the EJ populations, including Lancaster. I didn't really see too much description in terms of Lancaster in particular. I'm wondering if I missed something or if I think the majority of the company's description was that there's not a disproportionate impact to the EJ populations. So do you see that as the description, fitting the description of the DEIR described impacts and outreach to all these EJ populations, including
I'm sorry, fitting the description of the DEIR described.
DEIR certificate describing that the company described impacts and outreach to EJ populations, including nearby Lancaster.
I'm just taking a look at what you are specifically referring to in that section of the certificate.
It's the first, it's that first introductory paragraph in the EJ section.
I'm sorry, can I step in for a moment? This is Mike Terrell and add. So remember, this is the secretary's certificate. This was the secretary's interpretation of the DEIR. So I'm not sure the question. So I'd like to be careful here since it's the secretary's assessment, not ours.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. So would you agree that with what they've characterized your analysis had to be?
This is Mike. We would never disagree with the secretary.
Got a chuckle out of Alan. I guess this is splitting hairs. Let me move on to more substantive questions, if that's okay. Unless Ms. Portante, you had something to add?
No, I was going to see, Priyanka, if you had anything to add specifically about the analysis that was conducted in the DEIR, which does include an assessment of that EJ track in Lancaster.
Yes, if I am understanding, this is Priyanka Shrestha. If I'm understanding the question correctly, you're referring to the certificate and asking if that analysis, that statement about the vulnerable health EJ criteria, was that
I'm sorry, about the what?
A statement about the 4 vulnerable EJ criteria assessment was addressed.
Yeah, Mr. Brock, the vulnerable health indicator.
Yes. So that has been addressed in the DEIR.
Okay.
Where we provided additional analysis to the MEPA office.
Thank you. Okay. I will preface, I have more questions on this, but I'll preface that I think as we probably can all recognize, I think these projects, at least recent projects, are, it's the MEPA office has been, it's a relatively new protocol in terms of EJ analysis, and we're also trying to understand what's been filed with MEPA and how MEPA is exercising their review of these items. So excuse me if I'm asking some questions that are a little elementary. Okay, so the next question I had was there's a MEPA threshold for 150 truck trips, triggering further analysis regarding air impacts. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Thank you. And I believe the DIR certificate had asked the company to characterize the number of truck trips, but I think the FEIR, the company just said that the truck trips would be less than 150 per day. Does the company have an average amount of truck trips that would be required over a day or over a week for the project?
Teresa Portante, as indicated in the FEIR, to provide something with precision, given the sequence of the work, the variability in material loading from section to section, it is difficult to provide something that is that precise. However, we have followed up with MIPA and provided, again, below the 150, but possibly 50 average daily trips. Again, considering the difficulty and the variability from place to place, but again, reaffirming that will not be exceeding 150 average daily trips.
Thank you, Ms. Portante. And that they actually bring up an important point that I wanted to confirm as well, which is have you been able to work pretty closely with MIPA on understanding and fulfilling their questions and requests with regard to EJ related filings? Like, have you been able to clarify where it's not been clear what they're looking for?
Teresa Portante, thus far, we have not required clarification as it pertained to EJ.
Okay. Okay, and again, this might be in the FEIR application. In fact, on page 32 of the FEIR application, if you need some time to get there, please let me know. I'm looking at page 32.
Yep.
So in the last sentence of the second full paragraph, the company states that traffic volume during construction will not significantly affect a bunch of things. And then the last one, the last clause there is would also not cause disproportionate impacts on EJ populations. That is a sentence that declares something that could you offer more information to back up that declaration? Maybe it's in the rest of the FEIR, but I haven't been able to locate it.
So essentially, Teresa Portante, the protocol requires you to look at if any component of the project will have a disproportionate effect within an EJ community. In this case, in terms of construction traffic, there's no particular area along the line within an EJ community that would have a greater traffic volume relative to the rest of the portions of the line where work will be occurring.
And therefore, in your estimation, that would mean that there's not a disproportionate impact on an EJ population.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to the hotspots issue. And this is again on page 12 of the DEIR certificate. So I had a general question on this, and let me know when you're ready to answer.
Which page again on the certificate? I have both the FEIR and the certificate up, so we can address in one.
Page 12 of the DEIR certificate.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. I understand that the NEPA protocol focuses on EJ populations, but I wanted to confirm whether the company's analysis of hotspots only focused on the EJ populations, or if you had looked at it over the entire project area as well.
Teresa Portante and Priyanka, feel free to add to any of this, but specifically the analysis that was addressed focused in on tree removals that would be occurring within hotspots within EJ communities.
So would you be able to speak to if there were other areas not in EJ populations that had tree removals in hotspots along the line?
We do have a figure that provides locations of hotspots across the corridor.
Would you be able to point me to where that figure is off the top of your head?
It's figure 3 within the FEIR.
Okay.
In Appendix A.
Thank you. And then just to play that out a little bit more, do any of those hotspots correspond to tree removal areas?
So page 35 of the FEIR provides the assessment of where tree removals will occur within those hotspots areas, specifically to EJ populations. I'm just referring to that now.
Yeah. My question was outside of EJ populations.
Outside.
Yeah.
Apologies. Let me just referring there to see if that addressed specifically outside of EJ populations in that area as well. So there are, in that section, it identified the acreage of residential areas identified as hotspots. Again, discussing the overlap.
Sorry, I'm just looking at figure 3.
I don't know that we quantified that in the material, and Priyanka, if you know if that was provided specifically within the DEIR.
I believe this is Priyanka. I believe it is the analysis was only done for the EJ populations.
Okay. Thank you for confirming.
And this is Mike Terrell. I'm sorry, Teresa. Can you look at in the FEIR, the second paragraph under 3.5.1? Does that not provide the information being requested? Am I missing something? Oh.
That's providing the area of overlap within the EJ populations of the hotspots.
Thank you.
Is this something that could be provided pretty within the 5 business days, the normal 5 business days of a record request, or this be something that would take weeks and months and isn't might take a long time?
That is something we can calculate.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Just so we get an overall view of the impacts rather than just for EJ populations.
So those impacts will be recorded as record request EFSB 9, as indicated by Mr. Wong.
Thank you. And I have just a couple more, but Ms. Portante, I have another question, which is just asking for more detail, like you did for the truck trips. But
I'm sorry for the
truck trip.
Thank you.
So in the secretary's certificate for the DEIR at page 12, she asked for a characterization of increased flooding risks to EJ populations from tree removal. The company at FEIR at page 35 says no, there would not be a flooding risk. So I'm just looking for more explanation to get to the answer that the company says that there wouldn't be an increased flooding risk to the EJ population. Could you provide that for me, like you did with the truck trips?
Sure. So that pertains to the proposed impacts to floodplain within the right-of-way, which the primary impact associated with loss of potential flood storage is related to concrete caisson foundations, which individually are 79 square feet. Those will be mitigated as appropriate and to be determined with conservation commissions within bordering lands subject to flooding. As it pertains to access and work paths that will be developed, there is no proposal to fill floodplain. As a result, it is the impacts, the anticipated effects of the project to flooding will be mitigated.
And that applies across the board, not just for the EJ populations like the secretary was asking about.
That is correct.
Thank you. So across the board, no impacts, therefore no impacts for EJ populations.
That is correct.
Thank you. Okay. In the DEIR certificate, again at page 12, the secretary refers to DCR's questions about Warwick State Forest and access to it. Does that sound familiar?
It does.
Thank you. So I understand from earlier today when we were talking about permitting that the company is still talking with DCR regarding its permit with DCR. Is that correct?
This is Mike Terrell. Can you say that one more time?
So I understand from earlier today when we're talking about updates to the permits table, that the company is still talking with DCR about some sort of permit?
I can clarify that we've come to agreement that a construction and access permit is what's required for the off right of way access within DCR property.
So I guess
clarify matters.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Mr. Tour.
It's
What's the last sentence you said?
I hope that clarifies the question, I think.
Thank you.
Yeah, it does. My question was, is any discussion regarding access to the Warwick State Forest part of that, or is that a separate discussion pertaining to the MIPA portion of your permitting?
No, that was Warwick and Royalston, where we have off right of way access within DCR state parks. We've worked very diligently with DCR to come to consensus that a construction and access permit is the appropriate mechanism to achieve the temporary access road improvements that we're proposing. And I want to be clear about that. Currently, we are looking at temporary improvements to facilitate off right of way access within DCR. And that's where the questions have really focused. We have well within our easement rights to do the work that we're proposing. And the construction and access permit is the mechanism that DCR has agreed is appropriate for the work we're proposing at this time.
Thank you. And just to complete the record, the Warwick and Royalston communities do not contain EJ populations as defined in the current definitions. Is that correct?
Teresa, you help me out? Sorry.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. So my question just pertains to, again, MIPA focuses a lot on the EJ populations. I want to make sure that we have a complete record, not just for them, that population, but are there any other areas of access to open spaces that have come up in your discussions with DCR or other entities for the length of the project outside of the EJ populations?
Just the DCR communications that I referred to earlier. This is Mr. Terrell. If I've answered your question right, we've been very fortunate that the only questions for off right of way access, and Teresa, please correct me if I'm wrong, were the focal point has been on DCR state parkland. That's regardless, project wide. It's where we've been speaking and requiring some additional site visits with DCR to sort some of those out in greater detail. Does that answer the question? Sorry.
Yes, thank you. Last question again is just please spell this out completely so I can refer to it for the record. The EENF certificate asks for a greenhouse gas analysis for the lost forested land that's converted to shrub habitat. And the company did provide an analysis in its DEIR, but there's a sentence here that states, and I'll have to find that site, but essentially the company says that trees would not be removed disproportionately in EJ populations. Do you need a site for that sentence, or does that sound familiar?
I'm searching. please, you go ahead and provide a site if you have it handy. Are you in the certificate or are you in the EIR itself?
I'm in the EEIR. I have to look for the site. Wow.
Under the EJ analysis, I'm assuming is.
You're probably right, Ms. Portante.
This is Mr. Terrell. I think at the root of that, right? Remember, we're doing selective tree removals project wide, and that's, I think, where that statement originates from or is qualified by. We are not doing anything within the EJ areas that we're not doing everywhere else.
I think
if I have that right.
I think that's sufficient for me to understand completely that portion of the record. Mr. Green, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Wong. I'm going to follow up on a few questions that we've heard this afternoon. And this will cover the environmental justice topic as well as some other environmental impact areas. So I wanted to start on the carbon and tree removal impact area. Both in the DEIR and in the FEIR filing, I think there are various statements made about the amount of tree removal impacts and their square footage quantities, which are also stated in acres. I don't have a page reference for you, but I think both the DEIR and FEIR are pretty much in line, as indicating that there are about 131 acres of tree removal impact acres. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Yes.
So my question is whether tree removal impacts is actually literally cutting the trees down, or whether that could also include trimming of trees, but leaving them standing.
This is Jason Magoon. I can take that. It will be a combination of both. I'll add that the 130 plus or minus acres is a worst case scenario based on LiDAR acquisition of canopy that's encroaching on the easement. So there'll be a mix of trees that are on their easement that will be fully removed, and then there will be areas that just need some pruning. So not all of those canopy acreage that is reported will be removed. There will also be some areas on a site-by-site or case-by-case basis where we may not need to do anything, even though it's shown on the maps or in the filing part of those 130 acres that may not need to be touched.
And does that include both the main line, tap line areas, or right-of-ways, as well as the access roads to the above?
Yes, that's correct.
Are there any sort of special provisions that pertain to removing trees when it's on, let's say, DCR property rather than fee simple property that the company may own? Any additional permissions needed from DCR? You mentioned the construction and access permit, but are there any other additional approvals that come into play?
This is Mike Terrell. No.
So the carbon released or not sequestered figure that's presented in the DEIR and mentioned in the certificate, I think on page 5, talks about approximately 12,000 or so or I think it might have gone down to 11,000 and change metric tons of carbon that would be quote released or not sequestered due to land alterations. That primarily relates to the tree removals that we're talking about, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Wong was talking about the sort of overall carbon assessment that the company provided. And I think in the FEIR filing, there was a figure that tried to net out that, 11,000 metric ton temporary or short-term increase due to tree removals against, I think, what the company was describing as the greenhouse emission reductions over the 30-year time period. Again, that was in the FEIR filing. Are you familiar with that calculation?
I'm familiar with it.
Okay. So there was a figure of a net reduction due to the project of 117,424 metric tons in the FEIR that, again, netted out that one-time increase from tree clearing. Can you explain how the company developed the benefit side of that calculation in terms of the reduction in carbon emissions that the project would produce?
Yeah, I can refer you to the economic analysis that was done as part of the DEIR to generate that number. I am not equipped to provide you the analysis myself, but there was a report that was provided in the DEIR that went through the accounting of that analysis in order to offset essentially the tree removals combined with the benefits and the resiliency benefits from the A1B2 rebuild. And then essentially that leads to a net carbon benefit overall from our perspective. But we still have proposed a $250,000 mitigation effort, a combination of, I'm sure you've seen in the FEIR, with buying land through Mass Audubon's 30 by 30 Catalyst Fund, as well as
I'm sorry, Mass.
programs.
I couldn't understand you. Buying land through Mass Audubon's what?
30 times 30 Catalyst Fund, as well as through funding some DCR enhancement programs.
Mr. Trell, I was looking through the record to see if I could find the detail that I think you're describing. It was mentioned that SWCA consultants performed the study for National Grid that did this 30-year estimate of the carbon reductions from the project itself. Can you point me to where we can get the details on how they calculated that 117,000 metric ton reduction?
It will take a minute to find that. Teresa, if you want to assist, you can, if you know faster where it is.
If my computer was not frozen, lingering, but I am looking for it.
This is Priyanka. It is on the DEIR Appendix D.
D, thank you.
Yeah, that's where the carbon reporting is.
Okay, and that will have the actual derivation of the figure?
Yes.
Could you just walk us through, again, at a kind of summary level, what the chief components are that produce that reduction?
I cannot at this time it's beyond my technical capability. It's in that report. I don't have the details to provide.
All right, and anybody else able to handle that one? fair enough. But thank you for the reference. We'll take a look at Appendix D. So wanted to turn to the EJ topic, and just a sort of high level, methodological question. As Mr. Wong indicated, we're all sort of learning how the MIPA protocols work in the context of actual projects, and this is among the first few projects that we've actually seen it applied. So again, we're learning, as we go, but the concept that certainly is baked into the MIPA regulations and protocols, in my view, is the question of whether a project produces a disproportionate impact to EJ populations within the defined geographic area. Would you agree with that basic characterization?
Yes.
We were talking about the traffic area, and Mr. Wong pointed to the DEIR or the FEIR filing that had a statement that the project would not produce a disproportionate impact regarding traffic. This brings up an interesting question in my mind, which is, when we think about a disproportionate impact to an EJ population, are we really looking at that question sort of at a very micro level, not a micro level, but let's say the smallest, component contributors like traffic, air emissions, noise, magnetic fields, what have you. In other words, we're looking at these discrete impacts to answer the question of, does the project produce a disproportionate impact in this type of environmental impact in the next one? Or is there some attempt in the MIPA process, the MIPA EJ process, to try to incorporate all of these different impact areas in some type of aggregate or cumulative measure of disproportionate impact? What's your understanding of how the MIPA process is really trying to get at that question?
Priyanka, would you like to take that one?
But Priyanka, before you do, I'm feeling like some of this is perhaps really a conversation with the MIPA office, with all due respect, Mr. Green. Is it not?
Well, they're not on the stand today. And, the company has been through their process. And as you said, you're expecting to receive a FEIR certificate. So I guess we're all sort of waiting for the final review by the secretary. But from your experience to date, I think that's really what I'm trying to elicit, is what your sense is from your conversations and your interactions with the office.
This is Priyanka. So from the analysis that we have done following the MIPA EJ protocol, I think the basis, the main point, the goal of the assessment, at least with what we've seen, it's assessing the existing unfair or inequitable burden of the project in these EJ communities that we identify following the MIPA interim protocol. So once we've identified the existing unfair or inequitable burden, we then analyze and assess the project's impact on these EJ population that falls within the one DGA of the project. And we do that ultimately by the tools that has been provided to us by the MIPA office. And the protocol has been laid out, and they've recommended these tools for the analysis. And using this analysis, we pretty much come up with the the outcome that says no, like based on the tables, the analyses that we've conducted, there's no disproportionate impacts from the project. So that is how basically the project complies with the MIPA interim protocol, and we basically follow the step-by-step process that's been provided to us. And based on that analysis, we concluded that there is no disproportionate effects of the project to the EJ communities within or adjacent to the right of way.
Okay. Again, as a sort of theoretical question, if you're following the MIPA process and their forms and their tools, and again, you're going category by category, and let's assume that, each category determination is, no, the project does not have a disproportionate impact for traffic, for air, for tree clearing, and so forth. If you're making these individual determinations, is it theoretically possible that you can still have an overall or aggregate impact across all the different categories that might be viewed as, quote, disproportionate, even though no individual category rose to that level?
It's conceptually possible. This is Mike Terrell. But again, it brings us back to an existing 100-year-old right-of-way that we're refurbishing and rebuilding. And that's, for this particular project, is the difference.
Do you think that, again, from your interactions with MIPA, that they look at their obligations under the EJ requirements as addressing that kind of, cumulative or cross impact consideration, or do they tend to think more category by category? And
I believe it's a holistic approach.
Okay. Just a sort of definitional question. One of the required EJ population assessments is the vulnerable health indicators that I believe are derived from Department of Public Health data. And there was a statement in the DEIR certificate, I assume it came out of the DEIR filing itself, that describes those vulnerable health indicators as being measured 110% above statewide rates. So it might be heart attacks, it might be lead poisoning or lead exposure and so forth. And I'm just trying to get an accurate definition of what we're really talking about. Are we really talking about those indicators being defined as 110% above the statewide rate or 110% of the statewide rate? I believe that's mentioned in the DEIR certificate at page 11.
That is Teresa Portante. That is how it is reported within the DEIR under section 8.4. Priyanka, I don't know if you can speak to that specific question. That is the figure that.
Yeah, this is Priyanka. I do not think I can speak to the specifics because this is the tool recommended by MIPA, and I would have to go to their, I would have to dig into the specifics.
Okay, I think I would like to make this a record request because there's quite a considerable difference between being 10% above an average and being 110% above an average. So perhaps we can make this a record request, Mr. Tar, to get a clarification on what exactly the vulnerable health indicator references.
This will be reflected as record request EFSB 10 related to what Mr. Green has just elicited.
It seems like everybody was, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make sure the witnesses understood the question before we move on.
I think so. Again, it's derived from the MEPR office, so we will search the definition out through that process.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Again, we just want to be accurate in what we're describing.
Okay.
And there may very well be inartful wording that originates in MEPA regulations or in their protocols, but hopefully the Department of Public Health data will, answer this question. So the MEPA outreach protocol and public involvement protocol does apparently, require the company to notify community organizations or EJ groups that are recommended by the MEPA office. Can you let us know or tell us if the company did have any interactions with groups that address the EJ issues in the case, and what kind of discussions you had with those organizations, if any?
Yeah, this is Mike Terrell. I don't believe we've had any interest from those organizations. Teresa or Bethany, is that anything I'm unaware of? Let me know.
Nope, that's correct from my perspective.
Okay. In the DEIR certificate at page 10, it was stated that there was targeted notice of the DEIR filing sent to all abutters in EJ block groups. And I'm curious to know, does that mean mailed notice, or how does the company go about notifying the abutters in EJ block groups?
Bethany, did you want this one or?
Yep, sorry.
Yeah.
Yep. That was mailing, yes. And they get emailed to the community-based organizations based off of the list that's provided by MEPA.
So is that mailing going to residents, or is it going to organizations?
Teresa might have to help me out on this one.
To residents.
Right.
In addition to those that are identified on the EJ outreach list that's provided by MEPA.
And how does the company define abutters in this context?
That list was sent out to our typical list that we send to Massachusetts, so it's all inclusive of the EJ groups, but it's our 500 abutter list and including the EJ communities.
I don't know if I'm familiar with the 500 EJ list terminology. What does that mean?
Nope, let me clarify. So it's not 500 abutter, it's 500 foot for our typical abutter list, and then it for that adds the EJ communities within it.
So in other words, if you have a property or live within 500 feet of the edge of the right-of-way, you would receive this notice?
Yes.
Would that apply to non-property owners or just property owners?
So we send it to the mailing address with listed as current resident, and then we send it to the send it to the physical address with current resident, and then we send it to the mailing address as well for the parcel.
Okay. I don't know if we have a copy of the mailing in the record. If we do not, would it be possible to get one as a record request?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Tar.
The record will reflect record requests EFSB 11 regarding the mailing sent out as described.
Again, also in the DEIR certificate, somewhere around page 12, there's a statement made to the effect that emissions are minimal and would have no disproportionate impact on the EJ populations within the 1 mile DGA. Has the company actually quantified the amount of construction-related air emissions that the project would produce, particularly in or near EJ populations?
Sorry, I don't need to get off mute. This is Mike Terrell. No, we have not quantified that number. This is vehicles. Can you point the reference for me, please?
I believe it was in the DEIR certificate. Again, somewhere on or around page 12.
Yeah, this is Tim. It's the top of page 12.
Thank you, Tim. So again, I'm just wondering, how a statement like that is substantiated with some kind of data or analysis.
Yeah, again, I don't see the reference. I'm missing it. Sorry. The top of page 12 of the DEIR certificate, it talks, mine begins, more will be required. Impacts from these emissions will be minimal. That's the reference?
Yes.
And that's related to the equipment using low sulfur fuel, diesel powered non-road construction, rated 50 horsepower or more, will be used on the project for 30 days or more, will be required to install the emissions controls. And its impacts from these emissions will be, again, this is the MEPR certificate making that statement. So I think
so it seems like it's, I'm sorry, it seems like the statement is made really with an eye towards the things the company is doing to mitigate construction related emissions as opposed to a quantification of the net emissions. Is that right?
That seems fair, yes.
But do we have any, do we have a quantification of the emissions?
We don't.
No. Okay. Would that be possible?
Not in any short order. We don't have a contractor. We don't know the number of equipment. It's a mobile right of way, as we've been discussing today, with activities happening at many different locations spread out with intermittent areas where no work will occur. So it's a difficult calculation. That's not one that would be easy to do.
Okay. I believe you were referencing the statement about the emission control devices that would be used on equipment rated at 50 horsepower or more. Can you tell me what that actually means and how you add on emission controls to non-road construction equipment? What are we talking about?
I don't know, Josh, if you can help here, but I think that our contractors require that standard on their equipment, from my understanding.
Yeah, all the equipment that we utilize has emission controls. I think this references if there's a piece of equipment that did not have any sort of emission controls, you would need to have it retrofitted. But with current vehicles today and construction equipment today, they all come with mufflers and emission controls on them.
Okay. I think we had some discussion today about lead paint, and the company is going to be encountering some with the existing structures. Could you just, again, hopefully reassure us that activity involving the lead paint would not pose any particular health or safety impacts to the adjacent populations?
So this Joshua Holden. The company is assuming that the towers are painted with lead paint. So that's just an assumption we're making. And the towers will be disassembled and placed in roll-off containers that will go to.
Sorry, placed into what?
Sorry, Mr. Brock. Roll-off containers, so dumpsters that would go to a metal recycling facility in Massachusetts. Scrap metal that has contamination on it is exempt from the hazardous waste regulations. So there was an earlier question about, how would we track this material? So the dumpsters that go to the recycling facilities would be weighed at the facility when they're full, and then they're weighed when they're empty to give us the net weight of the material being recycled. And that's usually on a bill of lading. And with regards to the potential for paint migrating, the contractor's most likely going to use a shear to cut the material, and they would collect any paint chips that fell off. But our towers are inspected and painted on a regular frequency, so they typically don't have paint that's just peeling off and falling off. It's usually the coatings are pretty secure on the towers.
This is Jeremy Sherman. I'll let me add a little bit. It was some good contact, Josh, on the recycling portion of it. So in the bid documents that we provide to the contractors, we do provide national grid standards for removal of lead paint from towers. And as Josh stated, the first effort is to unbolt them, right? And these towers.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you. And the something reassembled them?
Disassemble?
Sorry, who redisassembles them?
Let me try again, Alan. The goal is to disassemble them using the mechanical fittings that they have, i.e. bolts, right? So you would not be disturbing the lead paint. In the event that you do cut them with shears, you first are required to, per our specifications, to either remove the lead paint with a biodegradable paint stripper at the joint you wish to cut, or use a HEPA filtered shear sawzall that will suck up with a negative pressure any paint chips. While you do this, you also lay down fabric, like a plastic fabric below it, Andrew, so that any lead paint chips are collected. These was along with the PPE that is required to be worn by the person abating the lead paint in that small section, are disposed of properly as lead waste.
Thank you. That's very helpful and specific. I appreciate that. In the FEIR filing, I even have an exhibit number that's NG-5. One of the, I think, proposed Section 61 findings is that the project would provide reliable and safe electricity transmission, and that is a benefit to the population generally and the EJ population in particular. Are there any other benefits that the company would point to from the project that accrue to the environmental justice populations that have been identified from the project? Maybe I can offer a more specific question. Perhaps there are socioeconomic benefits in terms of jobs, training programs, procurement activity in the community, any of those sorts of things.
This is Mike Terrell. Not that we've outlined.
Does the company have that sort of intention when it is constructing projects in environmental justice population areas? Is that a factor or really not?
This is Mike Terrell again. This is a little bit beyond some of us on the call. I think we keep an open mind when we engage our EJ communities through the MEPA process, for example. And if there was meaningful interest, I'm sure the company would evaluate and review that. It just didn't occur here on this project in any meaningful way. I know, I'll leave it at that.
Okay. A couple of stray questions now in the environmental impact area. I think I'm done with the EJ questions. Is it correct that Chapter 91 authorization would not be required as you're anticipating permitting obligations?
That's correct.
And what about Article 97?
That's correct. It does not apply in this situation. Through our discussions with DCR, the construction and access permit is the agreed upon method, since we are not doing anything outside our easement rights.
There was a statement made in the certificate, the DEIR certificate, about retaining walls and that they would be either reduced or not needed. Are these existing retaining walls that we're talking about, or retaining walls that would have been constructed to build the project?
This is Jessica Farrell. So these would be retaining walls that would be necessary to create safe level work areas to construct the project. We've been working through the detailed design to either eliminate or mitigate them to the greatest extent practical.
And what's the rationale for trying to do that?
Honestly, they have the potential to create a hazard to future operation. They are a maintenance burden. So to the extent that we can achieve a safe level work area with a graded slope instead of a retaining wall, that is our strong preference.
There was also a statement in the DEIR certificate that the project was meeting with DEP or having discussions on, quote, limited project status and whether a variance to the Wetlands Protection Act would be required by DEP. Is there an update on where those discussions stand right now?
Yeah, we've not had, this is Mike Terrell. There's, in terms of our consultations with DEP to date, the project will continue to qualify for a limited project provision and no Wetlands Protection Act variance is required.
One other characterization, I believe, in the DEIR certificate was that the project will not result in a loss of open space or recreational opportunities or access where there are EJ populations. I think Mr. Wong asked a question about one of the state forests. Is that statement still true as the project stands today?
Yes.
Are there any recreational benefits actually that you can point to as a byproduct of this project?
One benefit that again, it's depends on your perspective. I'll give you the perspective that we've had in preliminary conversations with the DCR, for example, that some of the access roads, obviously, that would be improved, would provide access for their future use as well, and for the general recreation. If that's one where we'll install gates and control off-road vehicle access. But I think in terms of the benefit, that's one that has been discussed with DCR. It's certainly not a closed issue at the moment, but it is from my standpoint, a perceived benefit that it's real.
Are you describing the limitations on unauthorized vehicle use of the state forests? Is that what those gates would provide, or something else?
The gates would provide limited access to DCR personnel, and again, the company personnel through their appropriate permitting process in the future. There aren't very many roads on the right of way, and DCR has trouble accessing their own property. Some of this will benefit them as well.
Right. I'm just trying to understand if there's a problem right now with unauthorized off-road vehicle use that your construction would excuse me, my dog is howling.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, there's no problem that's been raised to us. DCR had asked us to install one gate to help minimize one location, and that's all that I'm aware of. I mean, no one's complained to us about it. It hasn't come up in the permitting process to date.
Okay. I think my last question relates to what's been marked as Exhibit EFSB V-4, which concerns visual mitigation, the company's visual mitigation program. And just trying to, get a sort of everyday case where, let's say I'm a homeowner, the project will result in a number of trees being taken down in the right of way that will affect my view shed. What type of mitigation should a homeowner expect, after the project is built and they have a meeting with the company to discuss mitigation?
Hi, this is Bethany Rocha. So that will be completely dependent on what the homeowner feels they should have and the conversation that we have with them when we go out on site. We take a lot of consideration from the homeowners within what they would like. And yeah.
Are there any parameters that the company would say, okay, we know you'd like, very desirable mature plantings or, elaborate fencing, but that's just, beyond our cost tolerance? Are there any established parameters, or is it completely subjective?
There are no hard defined parameters. I mean, besides when it comes to tree plantings, we obviously want to be mindful that if it's next to our right of way, that they wouldn't end up impeding the line. And I don't think that there are any hard parameters that we have in place.
And this is Jeremy Sherwood. Sorry, Alan, was that you?
No, I was interjecting something, but please go ahead.
Sure. Yeah, so there really isn't, a standard like as Ms. Roach was saying, it really is case by case. So we will, meet with the abutter and listen to their concerns and work with them on a form of mitigation. Yes, there could be instances where the mitigation that they propose, we may feel is a little extravagant.
Is there any type of written document that the company has that it would use to, again, guide these discussions on a case-by-case basis, a policy, a procedure, or is it really unwritten practice?
It is for the most part unwritten practice. Since each case can be incredibly unique and each person has a different feeling of what they think they want to see, whether it's trees or fences. And each homeowner ends up with a different view.
Okay. All right. I think I've completed my questions.
Do Mr. Green's questions raise any additional questions for the EFSB panel regarding follow-up on any additional cross-examination of the panel from the company? Seeing and hearing no response, I'll now ask Attorney Cuthin, is there any redirect examination that you'd like to conduct of the company panel?
I may have some brief redirect, but I'd request a 10-minute break to confer beforehand. But before that, I was wondering if I could get clarification on record request 9, which related to tree removal in EJ areas. If somebody could just sort of articulate what the question was.
I believe that was...
As I mentioned, it had to do with the amount of, I believe, had to do with the amount of tree removal in EJ areas, but I would like to sort of make sure that I understood it correctly.
Director Green, did you want to provide any additional specifics for your request?
It might have, was it from you?
I don't believe it was, actually.
Yeah, I think it was from Mr. Wong.
Assistant Director.
Wait.
Sorry. I apologize, Mr. Brock. Assistant Director Wong, would you like to provide some clarification regarding record request EFSB 9 specific to impacts?
The what? Sorry.
Can you provide some additional clarification regarding record request EFSB 9 specific to impacts that you had requested? Attorney Cuthin was requesting some additional specifics or language regarding that request.
It related to tree removal in EJ areas, but I wasn't sure what the exact question was.
Yes.
May I suggest we go off the record?
At this time, we can go off the record. This will be Attorney Cuthin's time to determine any additional direct examination of her witnesses as well. We'll go back on the record at 4:50.
Could I just tell you, you were sent a link this morning to the real-time feed. So if you will go to that, you can look up on that, Wayne, and see what the what was stated about EFSB 9 and then amend or not based on that.
Thank you. Connor, did you forward that link to me?
I'll do so. Or if you didn't get it, we can do that.
I don't think I got it. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We'll still go back on. We're off the record at this point. We'll go back on the record at 4:50, finalize any direct examination and clarify the record request, EFSB 9. So at this point, we'll go off the record. We'll return at 4:50, and Mr. Wong, I'll provide that link to you now. Attorney Cuthan, did you have an opportunity to discuss with your panel?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes, we did. I don't have any redirect, and I think that actually my witnesses understood the record request better.
I just want to go back on the record. I just want to make sure that you had enough time.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Mr. Brock, we'll go back on the record. So I want to confirm, Attorney Cuthan, you've had an opportunity to discuss with the panel whether or not any redirect would be necessary?
Yes, the company has no redirect today.
Okay. I believe then I'll now entertain a motion to move all.
Mr. Tar, just because we didn't resolve this on the record.
Yes, let's clarify.
Yeah.
There was a question from Attorney Cuthan regarding record request EFSB 9. Mr. Wong, can you clarify the request for EFSB for record request EFSB 9?
I can, and it did sound like the company did finally understand the question, but just for the record, I was looking for a calculation for the potential tree removals in hotspots along the project right of way, not just for EJ populations, but for the project as a whole. Does that comport with what you understand, Ms. Cuthan?
Yes, it does. Thank you for reiterating that.
Thank you.
I believe that would conclude testimony at this point. So I will now entertain a motion to move all of the exhibits into evidence. This includes all exhibits on the draft exhibit list, any exhibits from our hearings, and responses to record requests. Do I have a motion to move the exhibits into evidence?
I would so move that.
Are there any objections? Seeing and hearing none, I move the exhibits into evidence at this time. I would note that the record, so at this time we will discuss the schedule. We can go briefly off the record again to finalize the schedule regarding record requests and briefing. I think this is just it. So we'll go off the record at this time. The schedule is based on the schedule that I had previously provided. Tentatively right now, I would suggest that we have record request responses due on September the 18th. That would be this, that would be next Wednesday. So that would essentially be a full 5 business days with an extra buffer. That would be in response to record request 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Understanding that record request 2 would be filed upon its receipt from the from MIPA. Understanding that that may not comport with the September 18th deadline. However, based on projections, it should be in line with the current deadlines. I would then also, because there are no interveners in this case, the company brief would then be due on October the 4th. 2024. Is there any issue with that, Attorney Cuthan, or any issues with any of the dates that I provided?
Those dates are acceptable.
Okay. At this time, we'll go back on the record. Mr. Brock, back on the record in EFSB 2302, DPU 2345. After brief discussion off the record, we have determined that record responses will be due on September the 18th, 2024, with potential exception of record request EFSB 2, which will be filed upon receipt from MIPA. Additionally, the company response or the company brief will be due on October the 4th, 2024, barring any additional extension that the company may file after this hearing. Are there any other matters that need to be addressed at this time?
The company has none.
Thank you everyone for coming. I appreciate your time today and diligence in answering all of our questions. I know that we've discussed a lot of things today and gone through a lot of subjects. So at this time, we'll now go off the record, and I look forward to the company's response. And if there are any issues or anything else going forward, please reach out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Cuthan. Thank you, panel, both the company as well as EFSB. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you,
Thank
Alan.
you.
Bye.